Chapter 432. Savage Leopard was once a peak-level demon emperor. Although he had lost his terrifying cultivation, he still had some battle experience. Of course, he could still use those high-level profound skills. With his strength as a high-level Earth Emperor, it was not difficult for him to fight someone of a higher level. The grandfather Tang in front of him was only half a step into the honored realm, not a true honored realm. Naturally, he was not afraid. However, he had forgotten that grandfather Tang carried more than 10 spiritual weapons with him. In a battle, he was not any weaker than a low-level honored realm expert. Good. It's been a long time since someone has spoken to this old man like this. You are the first in 100 years. Today, I will make an example out of you. Otherwise, people will think that I am old and useless. Grandfather Tang laughed. He had always had an explosive temper. In the Tang family, no one dared to provoke him. Now, an outsider with a lower level of strength dared to act in front of the younger generation of the Tang family. Before anyone from the Tang family could stop him, Grandfather Tang did not use any weapons. Instead, he sent a giant palm towards the savage leopard's chest. His palm was as fast as lightning, making it impossible for anyone to defend against it. Careful! Ling Xiao was powerless to stop him, so he could only warn Savage Leopard. However, Savage Leopard revealed an excited expression. His feet moved in a strange manner, cleverly dodging Grandfather Tang's flaming palm. At the same time, he turned his hand into a claw. 5 black feeler-like horns pierced towards Grandfather Tang's back. This move was endless and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Before Grandfather Tang could even turn his back, the Tang family members were shocked. But, just as the black tentacles were about to touch Elder Tang's back, they were engulfed in flames, completely incinerating the 5 tentacles. You want to deal with me with this? You are still far from it, Grandfather Tang coldly snorted without turning his head. His body disappeared, and in the next moment, he was already on top of Savage Leopard's head. Another flaming palm slammed toward Savage Leopard's head. Savage Leopard was still fearless, and actually met the attack head-on. Rumble! A powerful spiritual energy field shook, and the two immediately separated. Grandfather Tang was still standing in his original position, while Savage Leopard had retreated a dozen steps. The difference in strength was obvious. The people of the Tang family were very happy, but Ling Xiao was not worried. He knew that the Savage Leopard was a dignified demon emperor. If he could not even deal with a half-venerable, then he would have lived in vain. Grandfather Tang looked at the Savage Leopard that he had forced back, his heart filled with shock. His strength was only half a step away from the exalted realm, and an ordinary peak earthly emperor realm expert wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, even though he'd only used 70% of his strength just now, he was actually unable to injure the young man before him. How could he not be shocked by this? You're still not at the exalt rank. Even if you are, what can you do to me? The Savage Leopard revealed an arrogant smile. Following that, he left a trail of afterimages in midair as he struck out with both palms. Countless black tentacles shot out towards Elder Tang. Grandfather Tang harumphed coldly. His body was like a blazing sun as he sent both his palms flying towards the black tentacles. The black tentacles were smashed into pieces, but it was as if they were reborn. Once broken, they would regrow. Furthermore, they were able to bypass his attack and attack him. Suddenly, the Savage Leopard revealed a strange smile. With a flick of his hands, the black tentacles flew out of his hands and shot towards Grandfather Tang. He took the opportunity to enter the middle of the black tentacles. Grandfather Tang did not panic. The flames around his body grew stronger and stronger. He turned his palms into the shape of a blade and forcefully cut open the black tentacles. How can the dark attribute fight against my fire attribute? Grandfather Tang said with extreme arrogance. However, when he tried to find the Savage Leopard, he could no longer find him. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind at the back of his head. Without thinking, Grandfather Tang immediately turned around and met the attack with his palm. Pooh! Grandfather Tang did not expect that his palm would land on a black broadsword. It actually broke through his flames and injured his palm. Grandfather Tang was enraged. This time, he was truly enraged. In front of his own descendant, he was actually injured by a high-level Earth Emperor. This was a great humiliation for a half-step honored realm expert like him. You actually managed to injure me. You can be proud even in death. Grandfather Tang said faintly. His hands continued to condense dozens of weapons around him. 100-weapon assault. Grandfather Tang roared angrily. With a wave of his hands, the condensed weapons flew towards the savage leopard. We still don't know who will die. The savage leopard was extremely headstrong. He raised the blood-devouring demon blade and faced the incoming weapons. Clang clang clang. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out in the air. The members of the Tang family had already retreated far away. Ling Xiao was no exception. If he was caught in the crossfire between the two, no one would have a good time. He might even lose his life on the spot. Brother Ling's servant is so powerful. He actually managed to injure Grandfather Tang. Tang Tianhao was tongue-tied. Could he also have the strength of a half-step honored realm expert? If that's the case, it will be troublesome for us to offend the Gu clan. Tang Tianhao frowned. Tang Jin, who was at the side, said indifferently, Grandfather will definitely win. Not far away, Ling Xiao looked at the brave savage leopard and muttered, I didn't expect this guy to recover so much. It looks like I have to pay more attention to him, lest he backfires. Grandfather Tang and the savage leopard had been fighting for a long time, and his mood became even more restless. His entire life, he had focused on refining tools. Although he was already a half-step honored realm expert, his battle strength was still a bit lacking. Moreover, his fame was mainly due to his spirit tools. Compared to the savage leopard's battle strength, it was incomparable. He had originally wanted to defeat the savage leopard with just his palms, but it seemed that the opponent in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In a situation where hundreds of moves were useless against the savage leopard, Grandfather Tang could only take out a fire-colored spirit blade from his spatial ring and directly force the savage leopard back dozens of meters. Watch me slaughter you, brat. Grandfather Tang was already furious. He raised the fire-colored spirit blade and rushed to the front of the savage leopard, wanting to cut it in half. The members of the Tang family cried out in alarm, Grandfather, please have mercy. Unfortunately, Grandfather Tang's killing intent had already been aroused, so how could he listen to their advice? The savage leopard was also amazing. Although it had been injured by Grandfather Tang, it still raised its blade to resist. However, its strength was much weaker than Grandfather Tang's. Moreover, Grandfather Tang held a spirit tool in his hand, increasing its power by several times. The savage leopard was once again sent flying far away, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. Grandfather Tang chased after it once again, and the savage leopard was no longer able to resist. Just as the savage leopard was about to die at Grandfather Tang's hands, a shocking dragon's roar rang out. Roar! The people in midair were shaken by the roar, and the Tang family's king stage experts were shaken to the point where they spat out blood and fell down. Tang Jin and Tang Fu were shocked, and they quickly took action to help Tang Tianhao and the others stabilize themselves. What is that? Grandfather Tang felt a strong sense of threat and immediately stopped chasing after the savage leopard. When he turned his head to look, his pupils constricted and his expression changed. Everyone in the Tang family also became incomparably shocked, and the martial artists below the Tang family's peaks all began to panic. Flood. Flood dragon, what a strong flood dragon. Why did such a strong flood dragon appear in our Tang family? Could it have something to do with the heavenly lightning 3 days ago? It shouldn't be. Look, there's someone sitting on it. Could it be that someone invaded our Tang family? This is actually Brother Ling's mount. This is too strong. Tang Guogu said as he looked enviously at Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the flood dragon, after eating a healing pill. Tang Tianhao, on the other hand, was more worried. This time, Grandfather Tang is in big trouble. The expressions of the members of the Tang family turned ugly as well. Based on the dragon's roar just now, they could tell that the flood dragon in front of them was at least a rank 6 spirit beast. A rank 6 spirit beast was comparable to a celestial venerable, and the strength displayed by the savage leopard was comparable to a half-step venerable. Their Tang family only had Grandfather Tang as a half-step venerable, so how could they contend against it? The person in question, Grandfather Tang, was even more agitated. It was a rank 6 spirit beast, and a high-ranked one at that. Taming it was easier said than done. Even a true celestial venerable would not dare to easily tame it, as it was easy to lose one's life. But the young man in front of them was actually sitting on the flood dragon, which meant that this flood dragon was undoubtedly the young man's mount. He did not believe that this young man could tame this high-ranked flood dragon, but it must have been done for him by an elder. What level of existence would that elder be? He would at least be at the venerable level or above. Thinking of this, Grandfather Tang shivered, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had a fiery temper, he was not stupid. He knew that he had provoked a great enemy for the family this time, and his heart became anxious. Savage leopard, come back. We should respect the old and cherish the young. Don't attack the old just because you don't want to. Really, Ling Xiao said lightly. If this was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely protect him, but he was actually in the wrong. The blue demon fire bead had attracted heavenly lightning and destroyed the main peak. Furthermore, he and the blue demon fire bead had both received benefits, and they were temporarily in need of help from the Tang family, so he could only put down his arrogance and speak calmly. Otherwise, even if Grandfather Tang was at the venerable level, he would still kill him. That Dan Chendao was the best example. Little brother Ling is right. Grandfather, let's forget about this matter. These two are our Tang family's distinguished guests, and we were the ones who nearly harmed them. Let's just forget about this matter. Tang Tianhao stood up to mediate. What a joke. Even if Grandfather Tang was a celestial venerable now, he still wouldn't dare offend Ling Xiao. A Gu race's emperor's son-in-law was already so frightening. Wouldn't the higher-ups of the Gu race be even more frightening? That's right, Grandfather, let's forget about it. Tang Luoga spoke up to persuade him. The other members of the Tang family also spoke up to persuade him. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Grandfather Tang and said, Grandfather Tang, you are a person of virtue and prestige, so there's no need to lower yourself to the level of us juniors. If Ling Xiao has offended you in any way, please forgive us. Ling Xiao was giving Grandfather Tang a way out of this embarrassing situation. If he still didn't know what was good for him, then don't blame him for turning against him. Fine, since you've all said that, then we won't fight. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying the young. Grandfather Tang's face had been protected, and he immediately agreed straightforwardly. In his heart, however, he was secretly sighing at his luck. Chapter 433. In a private room of the Tang family, the higher-ups of the Tang family, Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard were all seated. Grandfather Tang was the person with the highest seniority in the Tang family, so he naturally sat at the head of the table. To his left was Tang Tianhao, followed by Tang Jin, Tang Fu, Tang Guoda and the others. To his right was Ling Xiao, and behind him was Savage Leopard. Grandfather Tang looked at Ling Xiao and asked, I heard from Tianhao that you came to find this old man to refine a spiritual weapon. Is that true? Before entering the lightning pool, Grandfather Tang had personally seen Ling Xiao take out 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. Before leaving the lightning pool, he had also sensed that the indistinct cauldron was definitely not an ordinary item. He did not believe that Ling Xiao was really here to refine a spiritual weapon. "Grandfather Tang, this junior is indeed here to ask you to help refine a spiritual weapon for this junior," Ling Xiao replied, and a weapon that looked like a sword and yet wasn't a sword and yet wasn't a knife appeared in his hands. The Ice and Fire Sword was given to Ling Xiao by an elder in the sect's artifact pavilion. This sword had long lost its core beast core, but it was still able to unleash elemental attacks like a profound weapon. It was truly a rare weapon, so Ling Xiao had always thought that this Ice and Fire Sword was originally a spiritual weapon. It just so happened that this Ice and Fire Sword was compatible with his elemental attributes, allowing him to unleash his strongest ice and fire elemental attacks. This was why he had requested to refine the Ice and Fire Sword. Now that he had an Ice and Fire dual elemental beast core, 10,000-year black iron and 10,000-year deep silver, it could be said that he had everything he needed. Grandfather Tang stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hands. This was the first time he had seen such a unique weapon being forged. It was not just him, even the Tang family members at the side looked at the weapon with interest, their expressions filled with doubt. "Luada, bring that weapon over for me to take a look," Grandfather Tang said to Tang Lingang. Tang Guogue reached in front of Ling Xiao and received the Ice and Fire Sword, then presented it to Old Master Tang. Grandfather Tang examined the Ice and Fire Sword for a moment. His rough old hand slowly stroked the blade of the sword. His expression was one of extreme excitement. It was as if he was caressing the hand of his first love, gently and softly. Suddenly, Old Master Tang casually waved his hand and the sword energy emitted a cold and hot aura. Not only is the forging perfect, the sword patterns are also so profound and complex. Furthermore, it is a dual attribute weapon. The person who forged this is definitely a master of his generation. I am no match for him. Grandfather Tang sighed. What kind of person was Grandfather Tang? He was a dignified spirit weapon grandmaster of the Southern Domain, the only one in the Southern Domain. He could actually determine that his refining level was not as good as the owner of the Ice and Fire Sword just by looking at the Xian artifact in front of him. It could be seen what kind of weapon the Ice and Fire Sword was. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. "Old man, can my sword be melted down and forged again?" Dual attribute weapons were rare, and weapons that were suitable for him were even rarer. If the Ice and Fire Sword could not be reforged, then he would lack a suitable weapon to use. This made him feel somewhat regretful. It can be done, but it's impossible for it to return to its peak. Furthermore, this Ice and Fire dual attribute beast core is extremely rare. Our Tang family doesn't have any collection. Old Master Tang replied with some difficulty. This junior has already taken care of the beast core. As long as Old Master agrees, it will be fine. Ling Xiao said. Old Master Tang glanced at Ling Xiao, then said, "It'll be easier if you have the beast core, but the materials needed for the spirit artifact." Before Old Master Tang could finish speaking, Tang Tianhao said impatiently, "Little brother Ling has already prepared this. Little brother Ling, quickly take it out and let Old Master see your sincerity." Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and two powerful stones appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the Tang family had seen these two materials before, but when they saw them again, they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts. Old Master Tang, who was sitting at the top, was stunned for a moment. Then, he stood up and walked away, his old eyes shining brightly. Such a big piece of 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver, this is too good. Old Master Tang said excitedly as he came to the two materials. Their Tang family had long been lacking materials to refine spirit artifacts. Now that these two rare top-grade materials were in front of him, Old Master Tang was also very happy and excited. "I'll accept this task. I promise to return you a high-grade spirit artifact." Old Master Tang patted his chest and replied. In an instant, he had completely forgotten about whether Ling Xiao had obtained anything from the artifact forging pool. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Old Master. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in thanks. Over the next 2 days, Old Master Tang and Tang Guogua helped Ling Xiao refine spirit artifacts at the destroyed artifact forging pool. Although the main peak had been flattened, the artifact forging pool still existed. It was just that it was much larger than before. After some preparations, it could still be used to refine spirit artifacts using the thunder fire inside. However, in order to preserve it for a long period of time, they would have to spend a lot of effort to set up a large array. Ling Xiao and Tang Tianhao continued to discuss the details of their cooperation. After some haggling, Ling Xiao used the 2 large pieces of materials to exchange for 10 spirit artifacts and tens of high-grade profound artifacts from the Tang family, as well as a promise from the Tang family. Although Ling Xiao had earned a lot, in the eyes of the Tang family, they had earned even more. The 2 materials added up to more than 500 kilograms, enough for them to refine more than 100 spirit artifacts. This amount was more than what they could produce in 10 years. This was enough for them to make a crazy profit. Compared to the 10 spirit artifacts and tens of profound artifacts, it was really not worth mentioning. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. In the sky above the artifact forging pool, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. The image of a 9-headed ferocious beast appeared. The 9 frightening dragon heads were roaring non-stop. The surrounding Tang family members were scared out of their wits. Everyone looked at the image and felt a chill run down their spine. Some of the weaker ones were so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they directly fell to the ground. The 9-headed dragon snake was a high-grade 8th-level spirit beast. Its frightening power was not just for show. Its fearsome reputation had existed since ancient times. Old Master Tang and Tang Guogua, who were standing beside the artifact forging pool, jumped in fright. Tang Guogua was so frightened that he staggered backwards. It's actually the 9-headed dragon snake. This spirit artifact can definitely become a high-grade spirit artifact. Guogua, hurry and call that kid over. Old Master Tang's eyes lit up as he spoke. Tang Guogua did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately flew to find Ling Xiao. The condensed sword actually automatically broke free from Old Master Tang's hand. You've just gained spirituality and you want to escape? Not even a chance. Old Master Tang was flabbergasted. With a wave of his hand, a powerful wave of spiritual energy locked the sword in place. The 9-headed dragon snake in midair was enraged. It actually pounced towards Old Master Tang, looking as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Unfortunately, it was only an image. It no longer had the ferocious might it once had. It was dispersed by Old Master Tang in one strike. At this time, Tang Guogua arrived with Ling Xiao. Kid, hurry and come over. Feed your blood essence to the sword and it will belong to you. Old Master Tang shouted at Ling Xiao. With that, he let go of the sword in his hand, and the sword immediately drilled into the thunder fire pool. Brother Ling, hurry and chase after it. The sword has a spirit. Don't let it escape, or else it will be hard to catch up to it. Tang Guogua hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiao knew that Old Master Tang must have let the sword escape on purpose. However, how could this be a problem for him? He activated the element of wind and moved swiftly. Soon, he was in front of the sword. Just as the sword was about to plunge into the pool of thunder and fire, Ling Xiao pointed his finger at the sword. A drop of blood flew from his finger to the sword. Before the sword fell into the lightning fire pool, it was stained with Ling Xiao's blood essence. Xiao! Suddenly, a wave of ice and fire spiritual energy blossomed. Even the nearby lightning fire pool was shaken to the point where it rippled. The 9-headed dragon snake's image appeared once more. It let out a few long roars before finally disappearing into the sword. At this time, a brand new sword appeared in the air above the weapon refining pool. The sword had completely changed from its original appearance. The sword hilt was shaped like a dragon's head, but also resembled a serpent's head, mighty and extraordinary. Aside from the complicated patterns on the sword, there was also a vivid and lifelike image of a 9-headed dragon snake. The body of the sword was suffused with a blue and a red sword chi, and one could already feel the terrifying killing intent from it even before it got close. It turned out that the sword blade that looked like a sword yet wasn't a sword, like a saber yet wasn't a saber, was also very different. There were actually sharp teeth on the blade, as terrifying as the bloodthirsty fangs of the 9-headed dragon snake. Just from its appearance alone, one would be attracted to it at a glance. This was a spirit weapon filled with killing intent. It was a spirit weapon filled with battle intent. It was an awe-inspiring ice and fire spirit weapon. Old Master Tang's old eyes excitedly looked at the brand new ice and fire sword. He muttered, "The degree of separation is as high as 90%. This is a level 7 spirit weapon. Heavens, I've finally refined a high-level spirit weapon, haha." Old Master Tang's crazy laughter spread throughout the entire Tang clan, echoing endlessly between the Tang clan's mountain peaks. All of the Tang clan's descendants bowed in the direction of Old Master Tang. Congratulations to the old ancestor for becoming a high-rank spirit weapon master. Congratulations to the old ancestor for becoming a high-rank spirit weapon master. Voices of worship came from every corner. They were all descendants of a weapon-refining aristocratic family. Their dedication to weapon refining was not something ordinary people could understand. After nearly 10,000 years, the Tang clan had finally produced a high-rank spirit weapon master. How could this not make them go crazy with joy? The upper echelons of the Tang clan all rushed over to the weapon refining pool. They all wanted to see the glory of a high-level spirit weapon. Ling Xiao was deeply attracted by the extremely cool ice and fire sword. Furthermore, he could clearly feel the intimacy this sword gave him, as if it was connected by blood. "Come here." Ling Xiao waved at the ice and fire sword that was floating in midair. He did not use any spiritual energy, nor did he use his spiritual energy to guide it. The spirit sword seemed to understand his words. Like a swallow returning to its nest, it flew towards Ling Xiao. It even circled around Ling Xiao cheerfully, as if it was very happy. Old Master Tang and Tang Gu were dumbfounded by this scene. Although a spirit weapon could produce spiritual energy, in order to truly reach the realm of man and weapon becoming one with its owner, besides recognizing the owner, one also had to cultivate a relationship with the spirit weapon over a long period of time. Only when the spirit weapon and the spirit weapon became one could they reach this realm. Chapter 434. Becoming one with the spiritual weapon meant that the spiritual weapon could understand its owner's intentions. With just a thought, it could make all sorts of attacks. Furthermore, it could control the weapon to kill enemies thousands of miles away. It could also control the weapon to fly and roam the vast skies. However, it consumed too much spiritual energy. Any martial artist who owned a spiritual weapon would want to be connected to it. However, this required perseverance and willpower. Not only did they need to use their own sincere heart to move the spiritual weapon, they also needed to feed their own blood essence to the spiritual weapon, causing it to be stained with the martial artist's aura. This looked very simple, but it would take a very long time to accomplish. If it was short, it would take tens of years. If it was long, it could take hundreds of years. However, Ling Xiao had just made the spiritual weapon recognize him as its owner, yet he was able to connect his thoughts with the spiritual weapon and become one with the sword. This was simply unbelievable. If this sword had been by Ling Xiao's side since he was young, perhaps they could believe that Ling Xiao had become one with the sword. However, this sword had clearly just been forged by them. How could it be possible that their thoughts were connected so quickly? Damn it, this kid is really lucky. Not only did he not die from the lightning strike, even this spiritual weapon willingly followed him. Is there any justice left in this world? Grandfather Tang cursed in his heart. Tang Guoguo looked at the sword in Ling Xiao's hands enviously. He made up his mind and said, "One day, I will also forge a higher grade spiritual weapon. No, my goal should be a sacred weapon." At this moment, the higher-ups of the Tang family flew over. When they saw the sword flying around Ling Xiao, their expressions were filled with doubt, confusion and envy. Actually, it was not a coincidence that Ling Xiao and the ice and fire sword were connected. It was not because he had a deep connection with the ice and fire sword. It was because Ling Xiao's body had absorbed the blood essence of the nine-headed dragon snake. The beast core in the ice and fire sword was the essence of the nine-headed dragon snake. Thus, when Ling Xiao's blood essence came into contact with the sword, it immediately resonated with the sword, forming a connection of flesh and blood. There was nothing wrong with this. However, when the Tang family didn't understand the situation, they misunderstood Ling Xiao's luck. From now on, you will be my, Ling Xiao's, special sword. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and laughed towards the sky. He felt that when he held the ice and fire sword, he had the confidence to kill gods and demons. Congratulations, Brother Ling, on obtaining a spirit tool. Tang Guoda congratulated. Ling Xiao glanced at Tang Gu and nodded his head. Then, he cupped his hands towards Grandfather Tang and said, "Many thanks, Grandfather." Ling Xiao's words were sincere. Old Man Tang laughed happily. If it weren't for the materials you provided, this old man wouldn't have been able to forge this spirit artifact. Speaking of which, I should thank you, brat. Old Master, little brother Ling, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Let's see what level this sword has reached. Tang Tianhao said from the side. That's right, let's test the sword first. Tang Gu echoed from the side. Unexpectedly, Old Man Tang waved his hand and said, "It's definitely a level 7 spirit tool. If my forging skills were higher, I might be able to make it a level 8 sacred tool." Sacred tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, this was a sacred object that only existed in legends. Let this old man have a look. Old Man Tang looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and let the ice and fire sword fly to Old Man Tang's side. Old Man Tang caressed the body of the sword, his old eyes slightly moist. He had spent his entire life forging weapons in the hope that he could forge the best weapons. His goal was to surpass his ancestors and become a high-grade spiritual weapon master. Now that he had finally taken this step, he was extremely excited. His impetuous heart seemed to have been comforted, enriched, and infinitely satisfied at this moment. Suddenly, with Old Man Tang as the center, a bright red color blossomed. Weapons of various shapes and sizes floated around him. Flames coiled around him and tens of thousands of weapons cried out, forming a world of fire weapons. Savage Leopard, who was at the side, exclaimed, "He's actually comprehending his own Dao." His own Dao? Ling Xiao was a little confused. However, the Tang family members were already bowing towards Old Man Tang, their expressions filled with indescribable worship and joy. Old Man Tang closed his eyes and reflected on his life, the challenges he had faced when forging weapons, and the joy he felt when he succeeded. So that's how it is, I understand now. The area within 10 meters of Old Man Tang had already turned into a sea of flames. The flames soared into the sky and the weapons clanked loudly. He sighed softly and casually threw the ice and fire sword back to Ling Xiao. Following that, Old Man Tang flew towards the forbidden area of the back mountain without turning his head back. Following that, his voice rang out, "Tianhao, pass down my orders. Our Tang family has been on good terms with the Gu clan for generations. Anyone from the Tang family is allowed to go out and train." "Yes, old man." Tang Tianhao bowed in Old Man Tang's direction. The rest of the Tang family members bowed as well. They knew that their Tang family would soon have an Empyrean overseeing it. They would finally have the capital to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Devil's Shadow Sect, Beast Alliance, and Deity Dao Union. Ling Xiao respectfully bowed at the side. In his heart, he admired such a stubborn old man. Now that he had finally succeeded, it was truly a joyous matter. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and thought to himself, I will also have such a day. Ling Xiao had already achieved his goal for this trip, and because of his arrival, the Tang family's old man Tang had actually comprehended his own small world. He would soon be able to remove the half-step barrier and become a true Empyrean. Furthermore, he had become a high-ranked spirit tool master. It could be foreseen that the Tang family would usher in a golden age. Ling Xiao left the Tang family in satisfaction. However, before leaving the Tang family, no one knew that Ling Xiao and Tang Guogu had a long conversation the entire night. As for what Ling Xiao and Tang Guogu talked about that night, only they knew. After leaving the Tang family, Ling Xiao did not immediately return to Gu City. Instead, he went from Giant Peak City to the Nangong family's headquarters to look for Nangong Lai, hoping that his Raging Inferno mercenary group could help with the Gu City auction. Nangong Lai knew of Ling Xiao's capabilities and believed that Ling Xiao would really manage the auction well, so he agreed without any hesitation. After staying in Nangong Lai's territory for 2 days, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard returned to Gu City. However, there was no transportation formation from the Nangong family's territory to Gu City. Originally, Nangong Lai suggested that Ling Xiao return to Giant Peak City first and then return to Gu City from there. Ling Xiao listened to the suggestion and once again set foot on the transportation formation to Giant Peak City. However, just as Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard entered the transportation formation, they emitted waves of terrifying fluctuations, causing the two of them to tumble non-stop. In the next moment, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard appeared in an unfamiliar place. What's going on? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the vast forest. The Savage Leopard frowned and said, there must be a problem with the transportation formation and it sent us to the wrong place. There's such a thing? Ling Xiao asked in a daze. Actually, this isn't anything strange. The Savage Leopard replied, then said, once the various formation patterns inscribed in the transportation formation go wrong, they will also be sent to the wrong place. Or perhaps during the transmission process, a peerless expert will interfere with the power of space, causing problems. The Savage Leopard was experienced and knowledgeable, so he gave Ling Xiao some examples and said, this is bad. I don't even know where this is. It can't be that I've been sent to the central region, right? Ling Xiao said with a drooping face. He wanted to go back to Gu City, then rush back to the northwest to inform the people of the Gu clan to return to their homeland. He also wanted to help the priestess refine the spirit-prolonging pill and accompany the priestess for the last time before returning to the Purple Heaven sect. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The transmission formation would also have problems, which really made him depressed. It definitely won't be sent back to the central region. It's still in the southern region. It should be between the city and Giant Peak City. The Savage Leopard shook his head and said. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, let's go and see what cities are nearby. I hope they don't send me to a remote place. Ling Xiao was in a hurry. If he was sent to some remote place, then it would take a lot longer to get back to Gu City. This was what he didn't want to see. Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard chose a direction and flew forward. What a vast jungle mountain range. Are we in the Savage Desolate region? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. The Savage Desolate region was the largest jungle mountain range in the southern wasteland. It occupied almost half of the southern wasteland's area. It was the most primitive mountain range and was as famous as the Northwest Wasteland mountain range. However, the Savage Desolate region was more mysterious and had more legends than the Wasteland mountain range. There were endless spirit beasts here, and there was no lack of high-grade spirit grass and spirit flowers. Rare treasures often appeared. As long as you had enough strength and enough opportunities, you could find high-grade spirit items here that would make you happy. However, along with these opportunities, there were often great dangers. It was not surprising that a little carelessness could cost your life. In this mysterious savage desolate region, there were also some extraordinary people who died here. Finally, they left behind their life's treasures, which became the legendary secret land. Nangong Lai obtained the inheritance in the savage desolate region and had the absolute strength he had today. Therefore, the savage desolate region was the habitat of spirit beasts, and it was also the mining area that the southern wasteland people yearned for. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard flew for a day and a night, but they actually did not find any cities. Along the way, they encountered a few Class 3 and Class 4 flying beasts, and they were all used as practice targets by Ling Xiao. It seems like we really arrived at the savage desolate region. Ling Xiao's expression became increasingly unsightly. The savage leopard suggested, "Why don't we ride on a spirit beast? Otherwise, we don't know when we will find an inhabited place." This jungle was boundless, and even if the duo's speed was unparalleled, it would not be able to withstand the consumption of flying for a long time. Just as Ling Xiao was about to summon the blue flood dragon, a startling beast roar echoed from the jungle. As soon as the roar ended, a different beast roar could be heard. It was likely that there were high-grade spirit beasts fighting below. Spirit beasts fighting in the jungle was something that happened frequently. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard did not want to bother about it, but there were bursts of multicolored light coming from the battlefield. It was obvious that something extraordinary had appeared. Since they would not be able to get out for a while, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard flew down to see what exactly had provoked the spirit beasts to fight over it. Chapter 435. The ones fighting were actually two sixth-grade spirit beasts. One of them was a single-horned rhinoceros. It was extremely tall and mighty. Its huge body was already floating in mid-air, and its horn was emitting halos of attacks. Opposite it was a petite spirit beast. This was a fox spirit beast. It was only slightly more than a meter long, had 3 tails, and revealed 2 sharp fangs. It stared at the single-horned rhinoceros and dodged nimbly. From time to time, it would use its speed to pounce on the rhinoceros and bite it. Not far away from them was an unusual spirit herb. This spirit herb had 4 stems, and there was only 1 leaf on each stem. Each leaf was emitting waves of flawless light. This was an elemental 6th-grade intermediate 4-leaf herb. Each 4-leaf herb needed 1,000 years to grow a leaf, and a total of 4,000 years to grow 4 leaves. However, for it to truly mature, it had to grow for another 2,000 years before it would become a true 6th-grade spirit herb. The 4-leaf herb in front of them had clearly just matured, so it attracted 2 high-grade spirit beasts nearby to fight over it. Ling Xiao did not expect to see such a high-grade spirit herb because he had stopped for a while. His depressed mood from the past 2 days was swept away. However, when Ling Xiao and the savage leopard appeared, the 2 spirit beasts stopped fighting at the same time and glared at the outsiders with ferocious gazes. It was obvious that as long as Ling Xiao and the others attacked, they would immediately tear them into pieces. A 6th-grade spirit herb was comparable to a heavenly venerable. Its strength was rather terrifying. However, Ling Xiao had the blue water dragon to protect him, so he was not afraid. He did not have time to waste with these 2 powerful spirit beasts, so he immediately summoned the blue water dragon. The dragon's might of the blue water dragon frightened the single-horned rhinoceros and the 3-tailed fox ferret into fleeing instantly. Ling Xiao effortlessly collected the 4-leaf herb. This was an elemental spirit herb that was useful to any martial artist. It was also an important spirit herb for refining high-grade elixirs. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not let it go. After unintentionally collecting the high-grade spirit herb, Ling Xiao's mind was stirred again. He suddenly did not want to hurry on with his journey. He wanted to harvest a bit in this barbarian region. In any case, he was about to leave the southern region. If he didn't take something as a souvenir, he would be letting himself down. Thus, Ling Xiao rode the blue flood dragon and the savage leopard and began to sweep the area. After 3 days, Ling Xiao had obtained quite a lot of spiritual grasses, among which there was no lack of spiritual grasses of 5th and 6th level and above. This made Ling Xiao almost burst with joy. The savage leopard had some gains too. He actually found 2 stalks of Tier 5 Dark Attribute Spirit Grass. One had to know that dark attributed spiritual grasses were not easy to find, yet they could be found in the barren desolate region. It was clear that this place was rich in resources. While looking for spiritual herbs, Ling Xiao did not forget to hunt high-rank spirit beasts. It was not easy to refine pills with spirit herbs but no beast cores. Moreover, to use the transmission array, one would need to consume high-tier beast cores. The Golden Wolf King was also released by Ling Xiao to recover its ferocious nature. Its third eye had already been completely activated. Its Tenbin divine ability, Evil Eye, allowed it to have the terrifying ability to kill opponents of a higher rank. Living in the forest always made Ling Xiao feel carefree. Sometimes he wondered if he should find a place like this to live in seclusion. In any case, it was not bad to look for spiritual grasses, kill spirit beasts, eat beast meat, and refine pills to pass the time. However, when he thought that there were no beauties in this kind of place, he felt a lot more bored. He sighed, in life, it is not important to have no power or influence. The important thing is to have a woman by your side to warm your bed. It must be said that Ling Xiao was not happy without women. After walking in the forest for 5 days, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard finally encountered a terrifying Tier 7 spirit beast. It was a tiger king that could already speak the human language. Fortunately, before Ling Xiao and the savage leopard stepped into its territory, they were detected by the blue flood dragon. Then, a hoarse voice sounded, "Damned human, come half a step closer and die." As the voice fell, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard fled as fast as they could. They never thought that they would encounter such a terrifying fellow. Even the blue flood dragon was not the Tiger King's opponent. After rushing for 10 days, Ling Xiao and the savage leopard found that they could no longer distinguish the direction, so they could only choose a new direction. This time, they finally chose the right direction. After flying for a few days, they finally saw a figure. Ling Xiao put away the blue flood dragon to avoid scaring people. When he and the savage leopard were about to land, they heard a burst of fighting and killing sounds. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard did not immediately show themselves. Instead, they hid on a huge tree to understand the situation first. After all, they did not want to bother with the private fights of some ordinary martial artists. "Hurry up and catch up, don't let that girl get away, or else I'll chop you trash." An extremely disgusted voice first entered their ears. Looking down, he saw a middle-aged high-level mystic cultivator leading a dozen mystic cultivators to mystic knight-level martial artists chasing after someone. Looking further ahead, they saw a run-down youth and a plainly dressed young girl running madly. Behind them was an old high-level mystic practitioner, covering for them. "Young master, young miss, hurry and run. This old servant will stall them first," the old man said to the youth and the young girl. Holding the second-tier sword in his hand, he charged towards the dozen or so people. "Grandpa's son, don't go, you're not their match." The youth turned his head and roared, his expression filled with incomparable indignation. Apart from his clothes being a bit messy, this youth was also extremely handsome. He had delicate features and was full of heroic spirit. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person without the strength to carry a chicken. The young girl beside him shrunk back, only revealing that pure and pleasant face. That timid expression was indescribably lovely and moving. This young girl was actually much stronger than the youth. She was actually a middle-level mystic practitioner. This man and woman were both 15 or 16 years old. They were in the prime of their youth, but now they were facing the danger of being chased. The old man killed his way into the crowd, and he quickly annihilated 2 profound realm experts. The middle-aged man shouted, "Get out of my way, I'll kill this old fellow." The middle-aged man looked like a tyrant with a single glance. He held a large blade in his hand and emitted an elemental attack as he slashed towards the old man. The old man was also impressive. He completely sealed off the middle-aged man's blade attack and even forced the middle-aged man into a dangerous situation. I didn't expect this old fellow to be so tough. The middle-aged man exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly, he had a plan. Quickly go and capture those two for me. The middle-aged man shouted to his subordinates. The old man was worried about the youth and the young girl's safety. He was distracted for a moment and was slashed by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the opportunity to strengthen his attacks and quickly slashed the old man until he was covered in cuts and bruises. The youth turned his head and saw this scene. His eyes burned with rage as he shouted, "Grandpa's son." The young girl also cried out sorrowfully, "Grandpa's son." Unfortunately, the old man could only turn around and shout at them, "Run." As soon as he finished shouting, the head was chopped off with a single slash. "Huh, you old fellow is finally dead. You actually killed a few of my brothers. Ping-yi, you're dead." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Then, he looked at the man and woman who were running away and immediately cursed, "You're all dead. Can't you see that they're running? Quickly chase after them." The middle-aged man's subordinates recovered from their shock and immediately chased after the two. The youth was just an ordinary person, so he couldn't run very fast. As for the young girl, although she was a mid-level mystic practitioner, she was frightened to the point of panic and didn't know what to do. "Cousin, you run first. I'll block them. If you can survive, you must take revenge for us in the future," the youth said to the young girl with a will to die. "No. Cousin, let's run together." The young girl was extremely afraid as she pulled on the other man's arm. Although she was stronger than the youth, she was still a girl. Moreover, the other man's target was her. She had already lost her mind. Although this youth was just an ordinary person, he had a heart that she could rely on. He. Run? Where can you run to? There are powerful spirit beasts inside. If you run inside, you'll only become their food. Hurry up and come back with me. I guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink well. The middle-aged man chased after them and laughed. His gaze fell on the young girl's body and constantly swept across her. It seemed like he couldn't wait to immediately pounce on her. However, she had already become his pastry and couldn't escape from his palm. There was no need to be anxious. "Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Xin family. If my family members find out, you'll all die." The youth blocked in front of the young girl and shouted loudly. However, when he said these words, it was obvious that he lacked confidence. You're just an abandoned young master of the Xin family. Who doesn't know about your trivial matters? You still dare to act like a snake in front of me? I'll first tie you up and then have some fun with your cousin. I'll let you see whether or not my performance is spectacular." The middle-aged man laughed evilly and strode towards the young boy and girl. The young boy held a sword in his hand and his eyes were filled with resentment. "Cousin, hurry and kill your way out from behind. I'll block him," the young man said as he raised his sword and slashed at the middle-aged man. Although he couldn't cultivate, he still knew a few sword techniques. His attacks were somewhat imposing. Unfortunately, in front of the middle-aged man, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was kicked far away and coughed up blood. The young girl cried out in alarm, "Cousin." She was actually so stupid that she didn't run away. Instead, she ran in front of the youth and cried, "Cousin, why didn't you run away?" The young boy said weakly, "Cousin, I can't escape. If we die together," the young girl said very firmly. Then, she stood up and placed the sword in front of her neck. She said to the middle-aged man, "If you take another step forward, I'll die in front of you." However, would this move be effective against him? The middle-aged man lifted his foot and a small rock flew up and hit the back of the young girl's hand. The sword in her hand fell to the ground. "Little beauty, how could I bear to see you die? You'd better obediently be my concubine." The middle-aged man's body flashed and he appeared in front of the young girl with a lewd smile. Then, he pulled the young girl into his embrace. The young boy lying on the ground wanted to get up and save her, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to stand up. "You beast, let go of my cousin." The young boy's eyes were spitting fire as he roared. Chapter 436. The youth was just an ordinary person, and he had just been injured. He could only watch as the middle-aged man was about to brutally assault his cousin. "Hee, bite me if you dare. I'll give you a free performance, and then I'll let you die." The middle-aged man hugged the girl and smiled sinisterly at the youth. At this time, the girl lowered her head and bit the middle-aged man's arm. The middle-aged man frowned, but didn't let her cry out in pain. Instead, he laughed loudly, "Little Pepper, I like it better." After laughing, he grabbed the girl's clothes and tore them apart. Suddenly, the girl's fragrant shoulder was exposed. That smooth, delicate skin, and the rosy complexion made the surrounding people swallow their saliva. "Let me go. Let me go." The girl kept struggling, tears flowing down her face, and her expression was indescribably sad. "Bastard!" The youth gritted his teeth and cursed. Relying on his will, he climbed up from the ground, grabbed the sword on the ground, and once again slashed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and an elemental attack sent the youth flying far away. His eyes revealed an extremely disdainful expression. "You piece of trash, no wonder you were abandoned by the Xin family." The youth coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face was indescribably pale. It was obvious that if he didn't receive treatment soon, he wouldn't be able to live for long. His vision was already gradually blurring, but looking at his cousin's extremely wronged expression, his heart was fiercely gripped. 5 years ago, he was kicked out of the family, and was said to be trash that couldn't cultivate. At that time, he was so disheartened that he wanted to die. Their family was a large family, and he was a direct descendant. Being judged to be unable to cultivate was like a bolt from the blue to him. He suffered the cold eyes and ridicule of his brothers and sisters in the family, but he still persisted in cultivating, hoping that one day he would embark on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Every time he tried to condense his chi, he would feel waves of pain, and every time he fainted from the pain. In the end, he finally recognized the truth, and left the family with his servants, returning to the town where his grandmother lived. In these 5 years, only his cousin had been extremely intimate with him. She didn't hate or alienate him because he couldn't cultivate, but instead gave him enough encouragement. Their relationship was even better than that of biological siblings. Now that he saw that his cousin was about to be defiled, an unprecedentedly strong willpower made him break through his shackles. His body faintly glowed with a faint green light, and he once again stood up resolutely. At this moment, he'd actually directly leaped from an ordinary person into a profounder, and a strand of formidable energy gave him the feeling of being reborn. I have power," the youth said in surprise. At this time, the middle-aged man also stopped what he was doing and looked at the youth in surprise. He then tore off a piece of the young girl's clothes, and the pigeon that was as big as a steamed bun was faintly discernible. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, and his movements became bigger and bigger. Tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. An unprecedented sense of shame made her want to die. "Go to hell." The youth bounced up from the ground and stabbed the middle-aged man's throat with his sword. This was the most simple and life-threatening move that the youth had unleashed with his strongest willpower. The surrounding people only looked at the young girl's gradually naked appearance, and they didn't know that the dying youth could stand up again. However, the middle-aged man reacted and coldly snorted, "What a wretched wretch, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." After saying that, he hugged the young girl and dodged to the side. He raised his hand, and a powerful elemental attack fiercely smashed onto the youth's chest. Pooh! The youth was seriously injured again, and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed all over the sky, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to survive. "Cousin!" The young girl cried out sorrowfully, and her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. "Your useless cousin is dead, so be it. In the future, follow Lord Snake, and you'll become the happiest woman in the town." The middle-aged man didn't care about the youth's death at all, and said to the young girl with a smile. At the same time, a lewd hand had already touched the pair of pigeons. The surrounding people's eyes were about to pop out. The young girl knew that she couldn't escape the fate of being humiliated, and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide. "Trash!" a faint voice scolded. The middle-aged man was shocked, and he could tell that this voice definitely didn't come from the people around him. "Who is it? Come out for me." The middle-aged man looked around and shouted. His subordinates were also on guard, and they looked around to see if there was anyone around. "You don't have the qualifications to see me." The voice sounded again. "You cowardly scoundrel, if you have the guts, come out and fight with Lord Snake for 300. The middle-aged man shouted. He kept looking around, hoping to find someone, but unfortunately, he didn't know where the voice came from. Before he finished speaking, he found that his body was actually involuntarily grabbed by something. The middle-aged man was shocked, and he thought that he had been grabbed by someone, but he found that he was actually directly floating. His subordinates looked at the middle-aged man who was floating, and they were all dumbfounded. The young girl took the opportunity to run towards her cousin. The middle-aged man finally recognized the reality, and he knew that he must have encountered an expert this time. He hurriedly begged for mercy, "Lord. Lord, please spare my life. I didn't mean to offend you, please spare my life." "Humph, rape and plunder trash, how can I spare you?" The voice sounded again. Following that, the middle-aged man actually moved without any wind, and crashed towards his subordinates. Bang bang! The two of them collided, and both of them let out blood-curdling screams. The others were shocked, and they all retreated. Unfortunately, a powerful wave of spiritual energy pressed over from all directions, making them unable to move. "Don't you like riding people? This young master will let you have a taste of being gay." The voice sounded again. Following that, the middle-aged man's body was controlled by an invisible hand, and he pounced towards his other subordinates. "Ah! Lord! Please let me go. I won't dare again." The middle-aged man cried and begged for mercy. He had slept with many women in his life, but now he was being pressed down by a man. That kind of feeling made him want to die. "Humph, be a good person in your next life." The person who spoke seemed to be tired of playing. When his voice just fell, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Puff puff. Those dozens of people were instantly shaken by the powerful force until they vomited blood, and all of them died on the spot. The middle-aged man's strength was the highest, and he also died the latest. When he was about to close his eyes, he saw two young people descend from the sky, and they had a horrified expression as they muttered, "King! King stage!" Just as the words were spat out, he directly breathed his last. The one who made a move was naturally Ling Xiao, who had been watching the entire process from the sky. He originally didn't want to make a move. In this world where strength was respected, the weak were prey to the weak was the law of survival. There was no such thing as justice or injustice. As long as the fist was harder, the person would be the king. However, he really couldn't stand that middle-aged man's lascivious appearance. This kind of person would only be a scourge in the world if left alive. However, that youth's strong will and the green light that he emitted at the end attracted his attention. Therefore, he might as well be a good person for once and kill this group of people. It could also be considered as a good karma. When the young girl saw Ling Xiao and the savage leopard descending from the sky, she immediately ran towards them, knelt in front of them and kowtowed, "I beg the two lords to do a good deed and save my cousin. Even if you want me to work like a cow or a horse for you, I'm begging you." The young girl kept kowtowing and begging. Her appearance was indescribably sorrowful, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. "Let's go over and see if he's saved yet," Ling Xiao said to the savage leopard beside him. The savage leopard somewhat reluctantly sucked the youth's body over. "Little girl, get up first. I'll take a look at your cousin first." Ling Xiao waved his hand and pulled the kneeling young girl to her feet as he spoke. When the young girl heard that they had really saved her cousin, she immediately stopped crying and repeatedly thanked them. "Many thanks to the two lords. Many thanks to the two lords." Ling Xiao saw that the young girl had a lot of spring scenery and casually threw a piece of clothing to the young girl. He turned his head and asked the savage leopard, "How is it?" "He's about to die, but he's still breathing. This kid's willpower is quite strong," the savage leopard replied. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately took out a high-grade healing pill and fed it into the youth's mouth. After consuming the pill, the youth's expression slightly improved, and his aura slowly calmed down. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to check the youth's pulse. The green light that had emerged from the youth just now made him very curious. After checking for a while, Ling Xiao slightly frowned and muttered to himself, "Congenital meridians are blocked. No wonder he can't practice martial arts. What a pity." The young girl put on her clothes and shyly looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "My lord, is my cousin all right?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's fine. With me here, he won't die." Looking at the young girl's lovely appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Bai Yushi, who was far away in his hometown. He felt that the two girls were quite similar. "Yushi, are you guys all right?" Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Suddenly, he had the urge to return to Meteor City. However, he knew that he couldn't go back in a short period of time. The priestess was still waiting for him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let go of the youth's hand, Lu Weng said in his sea of consciousness, "This child has an innate wood attribute physique. No wonder this old man couldn't help but want to take a look." Innate wood attribute physique? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. He then asked, "You mean he has a pure wood attribute physique?" Innate attribute physique referred to a 100% pure attribute physique. It was an extremely rare physique. That's right. If he practices your human's wood attribute cultivation method, he will definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, Lu Weng replied. After hearing Lu Weng's confirmation, Ling Xiao finally understood why the youth's phenomenon had appeared just now. It turned out that he had an innate pure wood attribute physique. Master often laments that the talents of Wood Flag Peak are withering. In that case, I might as well give him an outstanding disciple to make him happy, Ling Xiao thought with great joy. When the young girl saw Ling Xiao touch his cousin's hand and laugh, a disgusting chill ran down her spine. At this moment, the way she looked at Ling Xiao had become strange. The young girl gathered her courage and weakly asked, "My lord, could it be that you've taken a fancy to my cousin?" Chapter 437. Ling Xiao was choked by the little girl's words and coughed again and again. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm just checking your cousin's pulse to see if he can recover." Ling Xiao pretended to be a master and said seriously. The girl was indeed intimidated by Ling Xiao and asked embarrassedly, "My lord, then can my cousin get better?" "Of course not." Ling Xiao took away the hand that was checking the youth's pulse and patted his chest. After the girl heard this, she was moved and bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you two lords for saving my life." Xiao Nan is willing to serve you too for the rest of my life." The girl's words were sonorous and powerful. It could be seen that she had made up her mind. It could also be seen that her feelings for her cousin were really good. Ling Xiao raised his hand and helped the girl up. He said, "We'll talk about this later. First, tell me where this place is and what's the nearest city." He carefully looked at the girl and muttered in his heart, "I'm not interested in little kids." The girl looked pure and cute. She was slim and graceful and had the tendency to develop into a great beauty in the future. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to cultivate this kind of little beauty. He preferred more mature women. The girl glanced at Ling Xiao and asked curiously, "Are the two lords from out of town?" Ling Xiao nodded, "We're from out of town. Tell me where this place is. How about you two go to my house first and I'll tell you slowly?" The girl asked carefully. She was also a little clever. She was afraid that Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard would leave after asking clearly. At that time, who would treat her cousin's injury? Therefore, it was better to leave these two lords here. Moreover, she also felt that this kind big brother in front of her was a good person and wouldn't leave them alone. Ling Xiao didn't know that he was accidentally given a good person card by a girl. If he knew, he would definitely go crazy and say viciously, "I've never been a good person. I'm a big bad person." Of course, Ling Xiao saw through the girl's thoughts, but he didn't expose her. He said to Savage Leopard, "Take him away." The Savage Leopard looked at the youth with disdain, but it still obediently carried him on its back. Ling Xiao smiled at the girl and said, "Lead the way." The girl looked at Ling Xiao's handsome appearance and blushed. She bowed her head and led the way. Half a day later, the girl finally brought Ling Xiao and the Cruel Leopard out of the forest. So this was the edge of the barbarian desolation region. Seeing that the little girl was too slow, Ling Xiao could only summon the Golden Wolf King to lead the way. When the girl saw the Golden Wolf King, she was so scared that her face turned pale. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there, otherwise she would have fainted. However, when the young lady sat on the wolf's back, she became extremely happy and cheerful. Ling Xiao looked at her happy expression and felt very comfortable in his heart. At the same time, he thought, "Brother is really a good person." Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had received the good person card from the other party. The little girl sat on the Golden Wolf King and led the way at a faster speed. 2 hours later, they arrived at a small town. The population of this small town was not large, only a few hundred families. When the people of the town saw the sudden appearance of the huge spirit beast, they were scared out of their wits and hid in their houses, not daring to come out. Ling Xiao could only put it away. The little girl pouted and looked quite unhappy, as if she had lost something important. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, "This little girl is really addicted to sitting." The little girl's house was not bad, and it could be considered quite big in town. However, such a large courtyard was deserted, and there were not many servants. After entering the courtyard, a stooped old granny walked out. After looking at the girl, she rubbed her eyes and said, "Yes. Little Nan, are you back?" "Grandma, it's me." The young girl ran a few steps and threw herself into the old granny's arms, crying, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances from before. "Good grandson, where did you run off to? You really scared Grandma to death." "That's right, where's your cousin?" The old granny patted the young girl's back and said. Soon after, she saw that Ling Xiao was carrying a person and immediately shouted, "Who are you people? Quickly put my grandson down." The old granny actually released the pressure of a spirit master and pounced towards Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard. However, how could her little bit of pressure pose a threat to Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard? "Grandma, don't worry, it was the two of them who saved us," the young girl quickly explained. Only then did the old granny come to a realization. At the same time, she looked at Ling Xiao and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you too." However, in her heart, she found it strange. Why would these two people save her granddaughter and grandson for no reason? Could it be that they came from that clan? It's fine, let's put him down first. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was very curious. There was clearly a spirit master here, but why were the young man and the young girl forced to escape into the savage desolate region? Ling Xiao's doubts were quickly solved. It turned out that the young man and the young girl were playful and ran to the outskirts of the savage desolate region to play. They wanted to find some kind of heaven-defying spirit grass, hoping that with the help of the spirit grass, the young man would be able to cultivate. Unfortunately, as soon as they reached the entrance of the savage desolate region, they were blocked by those mercenaries. The reason was that the mercenary leader had taken a fancy to the young girl's beauty and wanted to possess her. Ling Xiao also knew what happened after that. At the same time, Ling Xiao also knew the names of the man and the woman. The young man was called Xianli, and he was actually a direct descendant of the Xian clan, one of the 4 great clans of the southern domain. Originally, he should have been a young master that everyone envied. However, because he couldn't cultivate since he was young, he was abandoned by the Xian clan. His parents also went out to train and never returned. Therefore, there was no one in the Xian clan to protect him. He could only choose to live the rest of his life with his grandmother. The young girl was called Sun Xiaonan, and she was the daughter of Xian Li's uncle. Originally, the Sun clan had been living very well with the Xian clan. Unfortunately, ever since Xian Li was sent here, everyone knew that the Sun clan had lost power. In the past few years, the Sun clan had gradually declined. Therefore, this was the reason why there was no one in the courtyard. Ling Xiao also knew that the closest city to this place was the Xian clan's headquarters, South Pill City. The reason why it was called South Pill was because this was the southern domain. The Xian clan, like the Tang clan, focused on alchemy for generations. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it Pill City. The Xian clan once had a 6th and 5th grade alchemist. At one time, their strength was comparable to the Tang clan. Unfortunately, the Xian clan's talents had withered in recent times. Now, there were only 3 4th grade alchemists in the Xian clan. However, there was a rumor that the old master of the Xian clan had reached the 5th grade alchemist realm not long ago. He didn't know whether this news was true or not. After finding a city, and a big one at that, Ling Xiao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would take at least a few months to fly back to Gu City from here. How much time would that waste? That night, Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard stayed at the Sun clan. There was no other reason than that Sun Xiaonan begged Ling Xiao to wake up her cousin Xian Li first. Ling Xiao was also quite interested in Xian Li's pure wood attribute physique. He wanted to see if this young man wanted to worship him as his master after he woke up. If he had no objections, then Ling Xiao would take him away. Anyway, the Xian clan didn't care about this abandoned son. After a quiet night, the east gradually brightened. Ling Xiao was awakened by Sun Xiaonan's call. He got up in a bad mood. He hadn't had such a good sleep for a long time. Now he couldn't even sleep in even if he wanted to. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked with a yawn. Sun Xiaonan said with some embarrassment, My cousin woke up. Well, he woke up. It's not a big deal, Ling Xiao replied lazily. But his body is still in pain. Sun Xiaonan said hesitantly. Is it normal to not feel pain when injured? Even if he takes a pill, he won't necessarily recover immediately. His physique is too poor, Ling Xiao said as a matter of course. Oh, I know. My cousin wants to see you, Sun Xiaonan said again. Well, I still have something to do anyway. I'll see him, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Under Sun Xiaonan's lead, Ling Xiao arrived at a house. Xian Li was leaning on the bed, staring blankly at the beam of the roof. Cousin, our benefactor is here, Sun Xiaonan called out to Xianli as soon as she came in. Xianli came back to his senses and struggled to climb out of the bed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's eyes and hands were sharp, and he quickly pressed him back onto the bed. "Your injury hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't move around," Ling Xiao said with concern. Xianli looked at Ling Xiao and said gratefully, Thank you, benefactor, for saving me and my cousin." Xianli's tone was still very weak, but it was very sincere. "Well, I just happened to pass by," Ling Xiao replied softly. Then he took out a pill and handed it to Xianli, saying, "Take it. You can get out of bed in a few days." Xianli carefully took the pill, but he didn't immediately take it. Instead, he put it in front of his nose and sniffed it a few times. His expression became astonished. This is a top-quality healing pill, a 4th-grade reversal pill." Ling Xiao looked at Xianli with appreciation. He thought to himself, as expected of an aristocratic family. A little disciple can also distinguish a 4th-grade pill. "Benefactor, this is too precious." Xianli handed the pill back to Ling Xiao with extreme reluctance. He was born into an alchemist family, so of course he knew how precious a 4th-grade pill was. A 4th-grade pill could be auctioned for a very high price. "Eat it, I have a lot of these pills," Ling Xiao said very casually. He was a 5th-grade alchemist, so giving a 4th-grade pill to his future disciple was nothing. "Cousin, hurry up and eat it." Sun Xiaonan was worried that Xianli wouldn't want to eat it, so she tried to persuade him. Xianli very gratefully looked at Ling Xiao, and then took the pill. The powerful medicinal power quickly smoothed out his injuries, making him feel much better. He believed that in a few days, he would be able to move. If it was an ordinary mystic realm martial artist, after taking this pill and using Xian Qi to heal, he would probably be able to get out of bed in less than a day. The current Xianli didn't practice martial arts, and didn't know any Xian Qi. Most of the medicinal power was still unable to be absorbed. Many thanks to Benefactor for bestowing the pill. Unfortunately, I, Xianli, am unable to repay Benefactor's great kindness. Xianli said gratefully and unwillingly. He was just an ordinary person. How could he repay Ling Xiao's kindness? What did he need a cripple like him for? "If you want to repay the kindness, be my disciple," Ling Xiao said very casually. Chapter 438. Benefactor, you said you want to accept me as your disciple? Xianli asked with an abnormally excited expression. He was afraid that he had misheard. "It was you who begged me to accept you as my disciple, not me who asked you to be my disciple. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao emphasized. He thought to himself, if this king wants to take in a disciple, as long as I wave my arm, there will be a lot of people crying to take me as their master. "You brat, you still don't know what's good for you." Ling Xiao said this just to save face. In fact, he didn't have any idea about taking in a disciple. He just wanted to give his master, Mu Huai, a surprise. Back then, when Mu Huai found out that Ling Xiao also had a pure wood attribute physique, he put down his old face and asked his Grand Master to go to Medicine Peak to snatch him away. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao respected Mu Huai even more. Therefore, he wanted to take Xianli as his disciple to make his master happy. However, if others knew that Xianli was a pure wood attribute person, even an Empyrean-level figure would snatch him away as a disciple. It had to be known that a pure attribute physique was rare to see in 1,000 years. It had a powerful tenbin that surpassed ordinary people on the path of cultivation. A beginner martial artist with this kind of physique would be the most valued target of cultivation, no matter in any large sect. And Ling Xiao behaved so casually. If others were to know, they would probably be angered to death. However, although Xianli had this kind of talent, his congenital blocked meridians caused him to be unable to cultivate. In the hands of others, he was just an ordinary person. If it wasn't for Lu Weng being able to sense that Xian Li's physique was different, Ling Xiao would have probably made a mistake. At the same time, to repair Xian Li's meridians, only a high-grade alchemist like Ling Xiao could do it. "Cousin, hurry up and acknowledge me as your master," Sun Xiaonan urged from the side, as if she was afraid that Xian Li would miss this opportunity. She knew that Xian Li had suffered a lot in order to be able to cultivate. It was rare for him to have this opportunity, so of course she didn't want him to miss it. Xian Li just wanted to climb down from the bed, but he hesitated for a moment and sighed heavily. "Thank you for your kindness, benefactor. I was determined to be unable to cultivate since I was young." Xian Li had already heard from Sun Xiaonan that Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard were at least king stage experts. Even in the family, such experts were at the elder level. He was naturally very happy that they wanted him to be their disciple. However, he had to tell them about his situation so that he wouldn't be expelled after acknowledging them as his master. How embarrassing that would be. "I know about your situation, but if you really want me as your master, I can help you. I can help you, I can help you, I can help you." Really? Xian Li, Xian Li, Xian, Li, Ling Li, really, Li, Xian, Xian said. Ling Xiao put Xian Li back on the bed and nodded with satisfaction. Good, from today on, you are Ling Xiao's disciple. If anyone dares to bully you, Master will crush their balls. Master, what's an egg? Sun Xiaonan asked with a puzzled face. Ling Xiao saw Sun Xiaonan's innocent expression and his old face slightly blushed. How could he forget that Sun Xiaonan was beside him? "This egg, it's the eggs raised by birds," Ling Xiao explained with great difficulty. "Then what does it have to do with the eggs raised by birds when others bully my cousin?" Sun Xiaonan continued to ask. Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart, my sin, I can't lead children astray. "Xiaonan, you go out first. I have something to say to your cousin." Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic. He was too lazy to explain Sun Xiaonan's profound question. Sun Xiaonan was very puzzled. What does it have to do with the eggs raised by birds? After Sun Xiaonan left, Ling Xiao said to Xian Li, "Since you have become my disciple, then I will let you know my background and make you regret it. Master saved my life and is willing to accept me as a disciple. I will never regret it in this life." Xian Li said to Ling Xiao with a sonorous voice. He was originally an abandoned young master of the Xian family. He had suffered all kinds of ridicule and was disheartened by the Xian family. Now, not only did Ling Xiao save him, he was willing to accept him as a disciple, and he even promised to let him practice martial arts. What else could he be dissatisfied with? "Well, it's good that you have such determination." Ling Xiao nodded and then said, "Master is a disciple of the 68th generation from the wooden flag peak of the Purple Sky sect in the northwest. Now that you have become my disciple, you are naturally a disciple of the 69th generation. When you return to the sect in the future, Master will let you pay your respects to the sect master and the patriarch. Then you will be a disciple of my Purple Sky sect." "Yes, disciple will remember," Xian Li replied seriously. In his heart, he was imagining that Master came from the distant northwest. "I will tell you first that Master is the youngest elder of the sect, and also the strongest of the 67th and 68th generation. Since you have become my disciple, you cannot disgrace Master's name. Otherwise, don't blame Master for being impolite," Ling Xiao said very confidently. Although these words were a bit arrogant, he was indeed telling a fact. In the Purple Sky sect, besides those elders of the previous generation, it was likely that no one under the king stage was a match for Ling Xiao, even if it was a high-level king stage elder. Ling Xiao's combat strength was not just for show. If he added his trump card, he would not even be afraid of an Earth Emperor expert. When Xianli heard Ling Zhao's words, his eyes revealed a look of worship, and he nodded very firmly and said, "Even if disciple dies, I will not lose face for master." Ling Zhao softly said, "Since you have already become my disciple, then you naturally have to leave with me. Are you willing to give up everything here?" Xianli hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, can you also accept my cousin as a disciple?" Ling Zhao glanced at Xianli, and Xianli did not dare to look at Ling Zhao. "Master can't casually accept disciples, but you don't need to worry about her. You are my disciple, so I will naturally take away your relatives, so that you will not be worried," Ling Zhao replied. He had already thought of a way to settle down Sun Xiaonan, otherwise he was afraid that Xianli would not be able to concentrate on cultivation. He was not like some masters who forced people to give up their family and love, and only when they reached the point of forgetting about their feelings could they cultivate the unworldly mysterious technique. To Ling Zhao, a person who knew how to be grateful was more suitable for cultivation. Because love could make people constantly strive for self-improvement, because he had someone he needed to protect, he would desire to become stronger. After Xianli received Ling Zhao's affirmation, he immediately relaxed and did not make any more requests. "After you rest for 2 days, Master will refine some pills for you to reconstruct your meridians. At that time, it will be difficult for you not to become stronger," Ling Zhao said and then left the room. Xianli stared blankly at Ling Zhao's back and muttered, "Could it be that Master is also an alchemist?" He saw that Ling Zhao was only a few years older than him, but he had formidable strength. His admiration for Ling Zhao gradually deepened. 2 days later, Xianli's injuries were more or less healed after Ling Zhao fed him a large amount of high-grade medicinal pills. He discovered that he was actually a profound practitioner, which made him wild with joy. He did not know that when Sun Xiaonan had been humiliated, it had stimulated his potential, causing him to explode with the power of his innate constitution. In an instant, he had broken through many of his wasted meridians, allowing him to become a low-level profound practitioner. Low-level profound practitioners were only the lowest level of all martial practitioners. But this was the first time Xianli felt that he had the feeling of power, causing him to cry bitterly for a full 2 hours before he stopped crying. In this lifetime, you are only allowed to cry once. Next time you cry, don't say that you are my disciple. Remember, men bleed but not tears. Thinking back to when Master was also abandoned by my family, I was not the most outstanding one. Remember, you must have a heart that will never give up, only then can you continue to advance bravely and become stronger." Ling Zhao patted Xianli's shoulder in encouragement. Xianli wiped away his tears and heavily nodded. "All right, Master will first help you reconstruct your meridians. It may be very painful, but as long as you can endure it, you will have endless benefits in this lifetime. If you can't endure it, then the only road left for you is death," Ling Zhao said very directly. "Come Master, I can do it," Xianli firmly replied. Sit properly and take this meridian molding pill. Relax your body and do not resist," Ling Zhao said as he handed over a medicinal pill. This meridian molding pill was a 5th-grade medicinal pill. It had been refined by Ling Zhao in the past 2 days. It was just like its name, it had the miraculous effect of reconstructing meridians. Xianli calmed his state of mind and took the medicinal pill. Then he began to relax his body and mind. His life was completely in the hands of his master. Seeing that Xianli was already prepared, Ling Zhao placed his palm on Xianli's back and a wave of spiritual energy passed through his palm. Xianli's pure wood attribute physique was not bad, but he also had a congenital blocked meridians, a rare trash body. Congenital blocked meridians meant that when a person was born, their meridians were already damaged and they were unable to move their strength. Although this did not affect a person's life, it affected a person's ability to cultivate, unable to use Xian Qi, and bring it into the Dantian to strengthen their own strength. This kind of congenital trash body would generally not be able to cultivate for a lifetime. However, in the eyes of some high-level alchemists, there was still hope. That was to reconstruct the meridians, turning the wasted meridians into normal meridians. That way, they would have the meridians of a normal martial artist and could step onto the road of cultivation. Although the Xian family was an alchemist family, they did not have a 5th-grade alchemist. It was impossible for them to refine a 5th-grade medicinal pill for Xian Li to reconstruct his meridians. Moreover, no one knew how good Xian Li's Tenbin cultivation was. If the Xian family obtained the meridian molding pill for him, but his cultivation was ordinary Tenbin, then what was the use of saving him? Therefore, the Xian family would not waste time and materials for a congenital trash body. This was not only reflected in the Xian family, but also in other big and small families. This point was also deeply experienced by Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao's spiritual energy destroyed Xian Li's wasted meridians, Xian Li almost fainted from the pain. His complexion was frighteningly pale. However, his willpower was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. Xian Li actually gritted his teeth and did not let out a scream. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Only people with strong willpower could go far on the road of martial arts. After all the meridians in Xian Li's body were destroyed, the medicinal power of the meridian molding pill began to take effect. The meridians in Xian Li's body began to show signs of reconstructing, and his pain gradually disappeared. Finally, he became calm. Chapter 439. Xian Li's meridians had been reconstructed, but his mystic realm strength was gone. He had been worried that his meridians had not been successfully reconstructed. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao was there to tell him it was a success. That put him at ease, and made him very happy. He could finally start cultivating like everyone else. Although he had started a little late, he was determined to work several times harder than others and become stronger as soon as possible. He could not embarrass his master. Once Xian Li's matter was settled, Ling Xiao had to hurry on his way. He could not stay here for long. 2 days ago, Xian Li had already told his grandmother and son Xiaonan about his matter. He hoped that they would listen to his master's arrangements and leave this place. Son Xiaonan was easy to persuade, but his grandmother was determined to retire in this small town. Ling Xiao knew that old people would have the feeling of dying of old age in their hometown. However, since he had taken Xian Li as his disciple, this old woman had no choice but to live a long life. Thus, before leaving, Ling Xiao gave Xian Li's grandmother a spirit advancement pill and some life-prolonging spirit herbs. To return to Gu City, one had to use a teleportation array. South Pill City was the headquarters of the Xian family, one of the 4 aristocratic families. Naturally, it did not lack teleportation arrays. However, South Pill City's teleportation array could only go to Divine Dao City, which was the closest to Gu City. If Ling Xiao did not want to go to Divine Dao City, he could only return to Giant Peak City first and then to Gu City. This problem had been troubling Ling Xiao. Finally, he decided to return to Divine Dao City from South Pill City first before rushing to Gu City. After all, every time he used the transmission array, he would need a lot of beast cores. That was a huge expense. Even though Ling Xiao had a rich collection, he could not afford such a torment. It was better to save up for now. The small town was quite a distance from South Pill City, but this bit of distance was nothing to Ling Xiao and the savage leopard. It would only take the 2 of them 4 hours to get there. Meanwhile, the Golden Wolf King carried Xian Li and son Xiaonan on its back. The Golden Wolf King was not much slower than Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard. Facing South Elixir City again, Xian Li felt very upset. Originally, he was like the other children of the Xian family, able to grow up freely and happily here. Unfortunately, his fate was destined to be bumpy. Son Xiaonan, who was behind him, saw his cousin's strange expression and comforted him. "Cousin, when you become stronger, you will teach those people a lesson." Xianli clenched his fist and nodded heavily to show his firm determination. When they arrived at the city, Ling Xiao recalled the Golden Wolf King, and the four of them walked into the city. On the way, Ling Xiao asked Xianli, "Do you know where the transmission array is?" Xianli nodded. "Although I haven't been back here in a few years, I know where it is." "That's good. Let's go to the transmission formation immediately." Ling Xiao nodded and said. When Xianli stepped into South Elixir City again, his emotions became somewhat complicated. He glared in one direction and thought to himself, "I'll be back one day." South Elixir City and Giant Summit City were both large cities. There were many people coming and going, and shops of all sizes were bustling with business. In a few scattered areas, many mercenaries were selling spirit herbs of various sizes. Many martial artists were there to buy spirit herbs. At the same time, there were some uniformed martial artists wandering around. It seemed like they belonged to some faction. Xianli looked at those people, and his expression became somewhat strange. Needless to say, these people were definitely from the Xian family. Their clothes were indeed a bit different from normal martial artists. They looked like alchemists' clothes. Normally, Ling Xiao would definitely go to such a scattered place to see if there were any good spiritual herbs and purchase them. He was currently focused on his journey and did not have the mood to linger. However, even if he did not want to cause trouble, trouble would always come knocking on his door. An extremely unpleasant voice came from the side, "Hey! Isn't this 13th brother? When did you return to South Elixir City? Why didn't you inform me so that I could come out and welcome you?" Ling Xiao and the others turned to look and saw a youth about the same age as Xianli looking at him with a playful expression. This youth was dressed extravagantly with a shiny sword hanging from his waist. His expression was filled with disdain and arrogance. In his arms was a beautiful young girl, and behind him were a few lackeys. All of them had cold smiles on their faces, as if they were as arrogant as their master. This youth's name was Xianjian, and he was a direct disciple of the same generation as Xianli. However, Xianjian's father was much more powerful than Xianli's missing father. He held the position of the 8th deacon, and his grandfather was the clan's 4th elder. Therefore, Xianjian was a typical hedonistic son of rich parents. In the past, Xianli had been bullied and mocked by Xianjian a lot. Xianli clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes burned with rage. He said with an ashen expression, "There's no need for 15th brother to worry." Xianli recalled the scene of him being bullied and humiliated back then. He really wanted to go up and beat Xianjian into a pig's head. However, he knew that he didn't have the strength to do so right now, so he could only endure. He believed that this day wouldn't be too far away. "Huh. Calling you 13th brother is giving you face, but you actually call me 15th brother. Damn, call me 15th young master. How about this young master reward you with some gold?" Xianjian laughed mockingly. "15th brother, you will always be small." Xianli calmed himself down and said. Only then did he remember that he was no longer alone. He still had a master behind him. It was Ling Xiao who had used a sound transmission technique to tell Xianli not to be afraid and that he would be there to support him. Ling Xiao had just become his master, so how could his disciple be bullied by others? Moreover, he was just a little brat. Xianjian was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Brother 13, who he had bullied to the point where he didn't even dare to fart, would dare to speak to him like this. Before Xianjian could say anything, the young girl in his arms glared at Sun Xiaonan with disgust. She then said in a sweet voice, "Young master, I want that girl to wash my feet." Xianjian came back to his senses and looked at Sun Xiaonan. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, "This girl is pretty good. I didn't expect that trash to find such a beautiful wife, but hee." Then, Xianjian laughed sinisterly, "Good idea. Brother 13, I think you won't mind giving that girl to me. However, I, young Master 15, also don't like to take advantage of Ping E. 50 gold coins shouldn't be too little, right? This shifty-minded guy is so annoying. Cousin, let's go. Sun Xiaonan pouted her small red lips and scolded. Xin Jian was captivated by Sun Xiaonan's angry look. He thought to himself, this girl is really a demon. This young master wants her. Seeing that they were about to leave, Xin Jian immediately waved his hand. His followers immediately surrounded Xin Li and Sun Xiaonan. At this time, Xin Jian also glanced at Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard. He glared at the two of them and said, "Where did this dog come from? Get out of the way. How dare you obstruct young Master Xian's business? You're asking for a beating." Xin Jian thought that Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard were passers-by and immediately used his identity to scare them away. In Nandan City, no one dared to provoke the Xin family. "Bastard, brother 15, get out of my way. That's my master." Xin Li shouted. Although he knew that his master's strength was not bad, compared to a large family, it was definitely not enough. However, he shouted out in a moment of desperation, which instead piqued Xin Jian's interest. "Hee, even a piece of trash like you is accepted as a disciple. It seems that your master is also a piece of trash." Xin Jian glanced at Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard and sneered with extreme disdain. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when a "pa" sound rang out. His face immediately turned red and several of his front teeth disappeared. "Ah!" Xin Jian let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. The young girl in Xin Jian's embrace and his followers were all dumbfounded. They didn't see anyone make a move. Why did Xin Jian look like he had been slapped heavily and was beaten so miserably? "Young master, are you all right?" The young girl shrunk back in fear. Those followers also hurriedly surrounded him and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Who the fuck hit me? You good-for-nothings, didn't you see this young master get hit?" Sob. Xin Jian covered his face as he sobbed. He had been pampered since he was young. This was the first time he had been beaten so miserably by someone. His sobs didn't stop. "Pa!" Another sound rang out. Xin Jian's other face was ruthlessly slapped, causing another mouthful of blood to flow out. The strange thing was that with this kind of strength, Xin Jian should have been thrown to the side, but he still stood in place. His body didn't move even after being hit. It was just that his face was red and ugly and blood was flowing wildly. At this time, the followers beside Xin Jian also knew that they had met an expert. One of the middle-rank spirit masters looked around and yelled, "Who dares hit my family's young master? It's best if you come out. Otherwise, when my family's elders arrive, you can only die." That middle-rank spirit master hadn't even finished speaking when another "pa" sound rang out. His entire body was slapped back a dozen meters. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xin Jian and the people beside him were so frightened that their faces were pale. They knew that they had definitely kicked a steel plate this time. I beg you, my lord, for mercy. I am the Xin family's 15th young master. My father is the Xin family's 8th deacon. My grandfather is the Xin family's 4th elder." Xin Jian was so frightened that he even brought out his ancestor's name. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. This could cost him his life. Xin Li and Sun Xiaonan watched Xin Jian being beaten to this state from the side and felt quite refreshed. "Xin Li, what are you spacing out for? Go teach him a lesson." Ling Xiao said faintly from the side. Master, Xin Li looked at Ling Xiao with some confusion. Could it be that master made a move just now? He's standing there right now. You can hit him however you want. Even if you kill him, Master will give you justice, Ling Xiao said faintly. That's right, he was the one who had made a move to teach Xianxian a lesson. Ling Xiao had always found this kind of self-righteous hedonistic disciple to be an eyesore. It reminded him of Ling Rui back in Meteor City. He had to remove this heart demon for Xianli, otherwise it would only affect his future cultivation. It's him. He's definitely the one who hit me. You guys go kill him. Xianxian came to a sudden realization and immediately yelled at his followers. He didn't seem to remember how his middle-rank spirit master follower had been sent flying just now. He actually dared to threaten to kill Ling Xiao. He really had lost his head from anger. Chapter 440. Xianxian was so angry that he lost his mind, but those followers didn't. They remembered who was sent flying a long way just now. But since the young master had spoken, they didn't say no. Another middle-stage spirit master stood up and said weakly to Ling Xiao, "You hurry up and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, the Xian family won't let you off." Right. Hurry up and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving South Pill City. What are you still standing there for? If you don't come over, I will call for help. Those followers all became soft eggs and shouted, but none of them dared to step forward. Xianxian was so angry that he almost went crazy, but he also came to his senses. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend the other party right now. It wouldn't be too late to ask his grandfather for revenge. Xianxian wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't move. He was so anxious that he wanted to cry. So annoying, all of you get lost. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and his whole body emitted an imposing aura. Bang bang. All of Xianxian's followers were sent flying far away. Although Ling Xiao was a middle-stage king stage, his strength was even stronger than a peak king stage. How could these followers, who ranged from mystic realm to spirit master, withstand his pressure? Only Xianxian was left looking at Ling Xiao and the others with trembling legs. Go over and fight however you want. Ling Xiao said to Xianli, who was in a daze. The reason why he showed off his skills was to let Xianli know how powerful the master he had acknowledged was. Xianli came back to his senses and nodded excitedly, "Yes, master. 15th brother, you bullied me quite viciously a few years ago. Now I'll collect some interest. One day, I'll personally trample you beneath my feet." Xianli slowly walked over to Xianxian and viciously said. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thinking back to when he was teased and ridiculed, he felt extremely uncomfortable. 10. 13th brother, please let me go. We're brothers from the same family. Xianxian begged for mercy. No matter what, he was a mystic realm martial artist, but he was imprisoned and couldn't move. Even a commoner could kill him. Fuck you, why didn't you say anything when you bullied me back then? Xianli roared like crazy and punched Xianxian in the nose. Ka-cha. Ah. The bridge of the nose was always the weakest part of a human being, and it was also the part that hurt the most when it was hit. Xianxian's nose was broken, and the pain made him tear up. 2 streams of blood gushed out of his nose. Brother Shirsan, spare me. I can get my grandfather to let you return to the family. I beg you. Xianxian was unable to move and once again cried and begged for mercy. Xianli didn't say anything. In an instant, he turned into a madman and charged towards Xianjianquang. Ah! In a short while, Xianxian was beaten into a pig's head. He didn't have the slightest bit of the appearance of a rich young master. His followers were lying on the ground, all of them pretending to be dead. None of them dared to stand up and clamor. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what happened if they were killed. After venting for a while, Xianli finally stopped. His mouth was constantly gasping for breath, as if he was very tired from the beating. Xianli didn't even look at Xianjian, who was crying for his father and mother. He turned around and bowed to Ling Xiao, saying, "Many thanks to Master, please let him go." Ling Xiao nodded and lightly waved his hand. Xianjian finally collapsed on the ground, his crying still didn't stop. "Is there anything you haven't taken from your home?" Ling Xiao asked Xianli. Xianli looked at his master in astonishment. He didn't know why his master would ask such a question, but he still obediently nodded and said, "There are still some souvenirs left behind by my parents." "All right, then take them as well. In any case, it's very difficult to come back in the future." Ling Xiao said. Forget it." Xianli's body trembled slightly as he replied. He could faintly guess what his master was going to do. "How can I abandon my parents' things? Let's go." Ling Xiao faintly smiled. Then, he carried Xianli with one hand and flew up. Cruel Leopard carried Sun Xiaonan from behind and also flew up, following behind Ling Xiao. "Master, I'm already very satisfied and happy that you've done so much for me, but you don't need to risk your life for me anymore. There are still elders from the previous generation in the family. I heard that they are already super experts of the Earth Emperor stage," Xianli advised. He could imagine that Ling Xiao would definitely find an excuse to help him vent his anger, but he also knew how terrifying his family's background was to be able to become the second of the four great families. Not to mention the Earth Emperor stage, just the King stage elders alone were already quite a few. But his master and Cruel Leopard were only two people, how could they contend against a family? He was very grateful to his master for doing this for him, but he didn't want to lose his master just like that. "So what? We're just going to take back what belongs to you. Could it be that they're going to make things difficult for us?" Ling Xiao said with a strange smile on his face. In fact, he was secretly saying in his heart, "It's best if they make things difficult for us. Otherwise, who am I going to find to help my disciple vent his anger?" It had to be said that Ling Xiao was quite protective of his own people. In order for Xianli to be able to focus on cultivation in the future, he decided to barge into the Xian family and find justice for his disciple. Xianli couldn't change his master's decision, so he could only think in his heart, "I hope we don't disturb the Grand Elder." Under Xianli's guidance, Ling Xiao and the others flew to the front of a majestic courtyard in Nandan City. This courtyard covered an area of more than 10,000 mu. It was like a small city within a city, making people feel that it was abnormally extravagant. This place was surrounded by an ancient wall made of cyan rocks. Raising one's head, one could see layers of simple and unadorned pavilions behind the ancient wall. Occasionally, one could even catch a glimpse of white smoke rising from a certain place. A faintly discernible medicinal fragrance constantly drifted out from it, causing one to involuntarily feel refreshed. This was the courtyard of the Xian family, which was ranked second among the four great families. Ling Xiao and the others landed in front of the Xian family's main gate. A pair of huge stone lion beasts were fiercely glaring at them, appearing very lifelike. Beside the stone lion stood two Spirit Master level guards, meticulously watching the door. To use Spirit Masters as guards, it had to be said that the Xian family was indeed rich and overbearing. "Who are you?" one of the Spirit Masters asked Ling Xiao and the others who had suddenly appeared. "Xianli, go tell them who you are." Ling Xiao glanced at Xianli. Xianli hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage and saying, "I'm the grandson of the 10th elder, Xianbo. I'm going back to the clan." Hearing this, the two Spirit Masters looked at Xianli in confusion. One of them asked, "Are you really young Master Xianli?" Xianli's heart warmed slightly. "I didn't think that there would still be people who remembered me after a few years." "That's right, it's me. Move aside and let me go back to the clan to get some things," Xianli replied. I'm sorry, young Master Xianli. The clan has a written rule that trash isn't allowed in. You should leave to avoid making things difficult for us, the spirit master said playfully, his eyes filled with disdain. The other spirit master also laughed. You're wrong. It should be dogs and trash that aren't allowed in. Hurry up and leave. 13th young master, this place is no longer a place you can enter. The two spirit masters had been in the Xian family for many years, so they naturally knew of Xianli, the famous trash. Xianli had already been abandoned by the Xian family, so they naturally didn't need to treat him as a real young master. So they couldn't help but mock him a bit. In any case, they weren't worried about being punished. Xianli was so angry that his body couldn't stop trembling. He had just thought that they would remember him as a young master and treat him with more respect. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, it would turn into this kind of insult and ridicule? It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Forget it, I can't communicate with these two dogs. Let's go in. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and said indifferently. His aura instantly spread out, and a powerful pressure rushed toward the two spirit masters. The two spirit masters felt their chests tighten as they fiercely smashed into the side of a stone lion. They each spat out a large mouthful of blood and directly fainted. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had dealt a heavy blow. Ling Xiao no longer looked at the two of them. With his hands behind his back, he took the lead and walked into the Xian family's courtyard. Xianli swallowed his saliva and hurriedly followed. Only Sun Xiaonan was fearless and exclaimed, "Master is so cool." In reality, Ling Xiao hadn't taken her as a disciple, but she called him master just like Xianli. Ling Xiao had already emphasized this several times, but this girl still called him master. Ling Xiao let her be. However, he also planned to find a master for this girl. His woman, Kai Xiaoyue, was a very good choice. Who dares to trespass into the Xian family? As soon as Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the courtyard, a guard immediately shouted in alarm. They saw a strong man rushing over with 5 or 6 guards. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to say anything. He directly released his aura, and those people were immediately shaken to the ground. Where did you live before? Ling Xiao asked Xianli, who was beside him. Xianli pointed in a direction, over there in the west wing courtyard. Alright, let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and walked toward the west wing courtyard. The strong man from the Xian family crawled up and shouted, "There's an enemy, trespassing into the family. Quickly ask for help from the elders." His voice echoed in the sky above the Xian family, alarming many of the Xian family members. Who dares to trespass into our Xian family? They must be tired of living. A low-level king stage cultivator instantly flew in front of the strong man and asked loudly. This king stage cultivator was very young, around 27 years old. He was the third young master of the Xian family, Xian Zhan. He was different from the other disciples who focused on alchemy. He didn't like alchemy, but focused on cultivation. He was brave and aggressive, and was the most powerful person in the new generation of the Xian family. Third young master, they went that way, but I saw one of them just now. It seems to be the 13th young master Xianli who was expelled from the family. The strong man pointed in a direction and said. 13th brother? Xian Zhan froze for a moment, then laughed disdainfully. I didn't expect that trash to dare to come back. Let me see what kind of ability he has to dare to trespass into the inner courtyard of the family. After saying that, he flew up like a goshawk and flew in the direction of the west wing courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Xian Zhan appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao and the others. 13th, how dare you bring people to trespass into the family? What crime do you deserve? Xian Zhan coldly stared at Xianli and shouted. Xianli bowed slightly to Xian Zhan and said, Third brother, I just want to take back my parents' things. Please don't stop me. He knew that Ling Xiao was determined to help him vent his anger. Since they had already fallen out, he had nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 441. Humph, didn't you take your things 5 years ago? What else does this place belong to you? Get out of here right now, or else. Humph, it's easy to come in, but it'll be hard to get out, Xianxia said condescendingly. Everyone could hear the strong threat in his tone. Third brother, I just want to take back my parents' things. Can't I? Xianli raised his head and asked angrily. I'll say it again, there's nothing left for you here. Get out of here. Xianxia shouted again. He impatiently released a powerful aura to teach Xianli a lesson. Have mercy. At this time, an old voice rang out and a figure quickly flew over. Xianxia didn't care about that person's words and continued to press down with his king's might. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't just watch Xianli get bullied. He casually waved his hand and Xianxia's might disappeared without a trace. You dare to ruin my plans? You're courting death. Xianxia glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao raised his eyes and said, I hate it when people stand above me. He paused for a moment and shouted, Get down here. Ling Xiao's shout contained a supreme dragon's might, causing the surroundings to shake. Xianxia, who was in the air, felt his blood churning and his eardrums ringing after receiving Ling Xiao's roar. He fell from the sky. The old man who rushed over couldn't bear it either. His body swayed a few times and he also fell. However, he didn't feel as bad as Xianxia. Xianli and Sun Xiaonan had long been isolated by the savage leopard's spirit energy, so they weren't affected by the dragon's might. Following Ling Xiao's dragon's roar, many experts of the Xian family were alarmed. In just a moment, more than 20 king-level experts appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao. The youngest of these people was in their 40s, and the oldest was probably close to 200 years old. Who dares to cause trouble in my Xian clan? A high-level king-level expert walked out from the group of 20 king-level experts and shouted. This high king stage expert was the current patriarch of the Xian clan, Xian Wuchang. He had the strength of a high king stage expert, and he was also a fourth-rank alchemist. He had relied on his reputation as a fourth-rank alchemist to become the patriarch. The other kings were the elders of the Xian clan. I've already said that I hate it when people are above me. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he squinted his eyes. Then, he gathered all his strength and roared towards the sky. This roar was even more terrifying than the previous one. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of a golden dragon appeared. It was as if a peerless true dragon was roaring at the sky. The Tenbin dragon's roar was the divine ability of the divine beast dragons. Ling Xiao had previously absorbed the blood essence of the flood dragon, and later absorbed a large amount of blood essence of the nine-headed dragon serpent. His bloodline had long since mutated. In addition, he had just stepped into the peak of the mid-level king level, so his strength was very different from before. The power of the Tenbin dragon's roar had naturally increased by several times. For a moment, the dragon's roar shook everyone in the sky and caused their blood to churn. They were like birds that had lost their wings and fell from the sky. Xianli and Sun Xiaonan, who were under the protection of the cruel leopard, saw Ling Xiao display his invincible might. Their eyes were filled with stars, and their hearts were filled with worship. Master is so powerful. To be able to have Master as my master in this generation is the greatest fortune of my life. Xianli muttered in his heart. This sentence of his had accompanied him for the rest of his life, and he had witnessed his master's miraculous life. What are you still standing there for? Lead the way. Let's go get your things first. Ling Xiao glanced at Xianli and said. Xianli hurriedly nodded and trotted towards his former courtyard. Ling Xiao and the cruel leopard followed him at a moderate pace. The Xian family's king-level experts that had fallen had all taken medicinal pills and were adjusting their breathing. All of their expressions were extremely unsightly. After a while, all of them had recovered, but there was still a lingering fear in their hearts. Xian Wuchang looked at Xian Zhan, who was the most heavily injured, and asked, "Zhan, what happened?" He called Xian Zhan so intimately because Xian Zhan was the son of his second son, which was his grandson. "Grandfather, it's that cripple Xian Li who brought people back. He said he wanted to take his parents' things. I tried to stop him, but I was injured by the people he brought." Although Xian Zhan had taken medicinal pills, his injuries were the heaviest, and it was still very difficult for him to speak. Before Xian Wuchang could speak, another old man said, "Patriarch, that child is still young. I think we should just let him take his parents' things and leave." This old man was the one who had spoken up to stop Xian Zhan. He was the Xian family's 10th elder, and Xian Li's grandfather, Xian Bo. Whether it was in alchemy or martial cultivation, Xian Bo was only an average person. Neither too high nor too low was the best way to describe him. Xian Li's grandfather had spent quite a bit of effort on Xian Li's inability to cultivate, but he was only a third-rank alchemist and had no way of reconstructing Xian Li's crippled meridians. He could only watch as Xian Li was driven out of the family. However, Xian Bo also felt that it was a good thing for Xian Li to leave the family. If he couldn't cultivate, then it would be better for him to live an ordinary life. It was much better than being bullied and ridiculed by others. 10th Elder, your words are wrong. Xian Li was driven out of the family 5 years ago, and all of his things have been taken away. There's nothing here that belongs to him. Now that he's brought people to cause trouble, he's clearly challenging our Xian family's dignity. An elder stood up and said, "That's right. Just now, that brat took advantage of us being unprepared to use a roar skill. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he's still only at the king realm. We should immediately go over and kill them all." Another elder gritted his teeth and said. Clearly, he was extremely displeased that he had just suffered a loss. Besides Xian Bo, everyone else agreed to kill Xian Li and the others. After all, in their eyes, Xian Li was just a useless piece of trash. Now that this piece of trash had actually brought people to provoke them, it undoubtedly infuriated them. Xian Bo knew that he couldn't change the truth, so he could only sigh heavily in his heart. At the same time, he made a decision. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll protect his life. Having made his decision, Xian Wuchang glanced at Xian Bo and coldly snorted. The group of people once again flew towards the West Wing courtyard. Now that the West Wing courtyard had changed, it was clearly impossible for Xian Li to find his parents' things. Ling Xiao didn't have any extravagant hopes that Xian Li would be able to find anything. He was obviously here to cause trouble. The people inside, come out. I don't care who you are, but to dare cause trouble in my Xian family, you must have eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, Xian Wuchang said faintly. Ling Xiao and the others walked out of the courtyard. Xian Bo immediately shouted at Xian Li, "Little bastard, hurry up and apologize to the family head. I hope that the family head will be magnanimous and spare your life." Xian Li had forgotten about the group of bearded elders in front of him. In his heart, he didn't feel the slightest bit of kinship. He had almost forgotten his grandfather's impression. He knew that these people didn't have the slightest bit of humanity. They only knew how to force people to refine pills and practice martial arts. For a trash like him who couldn't refine pills or practice martial arts, he was indeed worse than a horse. He clenched his fist and said, "I'm only here to take back my parents' things. What's wrong with that?" At this moment, Xian Li no longer had any fear in his heart when facing the elders of the Xian family, because he knew that his master would definitely shelter him from the wind and rain. "Good boy, you still don't know how to admit your mistakes when you're about to die. I'll kill you. Xianbo cursed and instantly slapped towards Xianli. This palm strike was very measured, only using less than a tenth of his strength. He hoped to beat Xianli half to death so that the others would be appeased. Then he would be able to plead for Xian Wuchang to spare Xianli's life. How could his good intentions escape the eyes of the other members of the Xian family? However, before he could slap Xianli, a strong and powerful hand firmly clamped down on his old hand. The one who had grabbed Xianbo's hand was naturally Ling Xiao, who was next to Xianli, moved to the side. Ling Xiao gently pulled, and Xianbo was thrown to the side. However, Ling Xiao didn't use too much force, because he could see that Xianbo had put a lot of effort into this. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my Xian family? Do you really think that there's no one in my Xian family? Xian Wuchang stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Xian Wuchang was a high-level king, so he could see through Ling Xiao's true strength at a glance. However, he was secretly shocked. How does that trash know such a young expert? Could he be the descendant of some hidden power? However, no matter where Ling Xiao came from, the Xian family couldn't lose face. They absolutely had to make him stay. I don't know if there's anyone in your Xian family, but I do know that no one can bully my disciple. Ling Xiao said while picking at his ear wax. His action was simply a form of contempt and disdain for all the Xian elders. The Xian elders were so angry that their beards flew up high. What an arrogant brat. You're only at the mid-stage king level, but you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Let this old man teach you a lesson, shouted a slightly fatter high-stage king-level expert. His palm instantly slapped towards Ling Xiao. Master, be careful. Xianli instinctively shouted. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all and let the fire palm hit his body. The Xian elders all thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, when the fire disappeared, Ling Xiao still had his arms crossed in front of his chest and sneered, "You're not qualified to play with fire with me." With that, Ling Xiao waved his hand and a blue wolf king appeared in the air. I've heard that the Xian family is famous for their alchemy, so your ability to play with fire shouldn't be bad. Today, I'll give you a chance. Whoever can beat me with fire, I'll let this matter go. If you lose, then you'll kowtow to my disciple and admit your mistakes. You'll also take out some high-level spirit herbs to show your filial piety to me. Ling Xiao pondered. The blue wolf king in the sky howled incessantly. Not far away, the Xian family clicked their tongues. The Xian family was famous for their alchemy skills in the southern region. In the Xian family, there weren't many men or women who didn't know how to refine medicine. If one knew how to refine medicine, then they naturally had to know how to control fire. Controlling fire also represented the level of alchemy. Therefore, the majority of the Xian family members were quite knowledgeable when it came to controlling fire. Now that someone had proposed to compete with them in fire control, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This old man is itching for a fight, so I'll play with you. Don't cry when I set your eyebrows on fire. Another Xian elder stood up and shouted. Chapter 442. The Xian family elder was a famous third-grade alchemist. His fire control skills were quite good, and a ball of scarlet fire condensed into a fire lion that roared endlessly. However, the condensation of this fire lion was not perfect. It seemed that its body and claws did not match, and it looked like it would scatter easily. With a wave of his hands, the fire lion pounced on Ling Xiao's blue wolf king, as if it hadn't been released for a long time. The Xian family elders all shouted in unison, as if they could see the fire lion biting off the wolf king's head. Unexpectedly, the blue wolf king was just as arrogant as Ling Xiao. It only raised its front paw and smashed it directly onto the fire lion. The fire lion actually disintegrated under the blue claw. The Xian family members were all shocked. The Xian family elder's face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted again, "You have some ability. Look at my 2 fire lions, I don't believe that they can't bite you to death." This time, the Xian family elder learned his lesson. He did not use the fire lion to provoke the blue wolf king, but directly controlled it to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a faint smile. He did not need the blue wolf king to defend, but with a flick of his other hand, 2 small blue flames shot towards the 2 fire lions. The 2 fire lions could not dodge in time, and as soon as they were touched by the blue flames, they were completely devoured. Before the Xian family elder could react, Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and with his other hand, he controlled the blue fire wolf to pounce towards the Xian family elder. Its speed was peerless, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the Xian family elder. "Humph, watch me destroy it." The elder coldly snorted, and the flames in his palms rose again. 2 balls of intense flames instantly shot out from his palms. Sizzle. Unexpectedly, when his powerful flames burned the blue wolf king, it was unable to cause any damage. It still ferociously bit towards the Xian family elder. "Eighth brother, quickly retreat." Xian Wuchang shouted to remind him. The Xian family elder looked at the blue fire wolf in front of him. The scorching and violent fire made him palpitate. "Damn it, what kind of fire is this?" The Xian family's elder screamed and quickly fled. However, the blue wolf king's front claws still lightly scratched him before he retreated. Then, it did not continue to pursue him. Instead, it returned to the sky and revealed an extremely arrogant expression. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Everyone in the Xian clan was secretly impressed by the opponent's mastery of fire control. At this moment, the retreating Xian family elder roared with unwillingness, "Damn it! His flame might be a beast flame or an earth flame." As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Xian family looked at the blue wolf king greedily. No one knew what they were plotting in their hearts. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Hee, this is the heavenly fire in my hands. If you don't want to be burned into an eyebrow swordsman like him, then come and snatch it." The Xian family elder touched his 2 long eyebrows in a panic. Sure enough, he discovered that they had become bald at some point. "Damned brat, I'll kill you." That elder was so angry that he began to roar. His aura surged as he flew towards Ling Xiao. "Old 8, wait." Xian Wuchang shouted and then asked Ling Xiao, "Where are you from? Don't you know the name of the Xian clan?" Xian Wuchang also noticed the abnormality of Ling Xiao's flame. He was sure that the flame in this young man's hand was not a beast flame, but an earth flame. As for the young man admitting that it was a heavenly fire, that was absolutely impossible. Why was he so sure that it was an earth flame? Because he himself had a beast flame, and it was definitely not as violent and terrifying as the flame in front of him. Why didn't he think that the flame in Ling Xiao's hand was a heavenly fire? Because a heavenly fire was too rare and hard to find. Even if one was found, not even an earthly sovereign or a heavenly venerable would be able to subdue it, let alone this young man. However, even if it wasn't a heavenly fire, an earth flame was still extremely rare. If he could take it from this young man, then becoming a 5th-rank alchemist would be just around the corner, and he would even be able to reach a higher level in the future. Therefore, he had to ask this arrogant young man if he had a terrifying backer and if the Xian clan could afford to offend him. Xian Wuchang was the head of the clan, so he naturally wasn't a brainless person. Ling Xiao naturally knew what Xian Wuchang was thinking, but he didn't care. "I am the prince consort of the Gu clan, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a plan and decided to reveal his identity. "The Gu clan's prince consort? Which Gu clan?" Xian Wuchang asked again. The other Xian clan members were all puzzled. "Huh, it seems like it's been too long. Many people have forgotten the existence of our Gu clan. Ling Xiao chuckled. The Xian clan members seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed slightly. Xian Wuchang said in disbelief, it's fine to swindle people, but the Gu clan has already been exterminated. How could there be a prince consort? Whether it's true or not, you'll find out soon enough, Ling Xiao replied casually. Are you guys still playing? If not, then I'll leave with my disciple. Xian Wuchang narrowed his eyes, let this old man experience your fire skills. With that, a cyan flame appeared in Xian Wuchang's hand and gradually formed into a solid cyan Tiger King. This was a cyan Wind Tiger King, a 6th-rank high-tier spirit beast. Xian Wuchang's flame was the cyan Wind Fire seed he obtained from the cyan Wind Tiger King's cave, a powerful beast flame. Beast flames couldn't compare to earth flames or sky flames, but they were much stronger than ordinary flames. It was also much easier to subdue and obtain them. This was something Xian Wuchang obtained by coincidence, allowing him to lay the foundation for becoming the head of the clan in one fell swoop. When the Cyan Wind Tiger King appeared, the Xian clan elders all cheered in unison. In the Xian clan, aside from the Xian ancestor and a previous elder, Xian Wuchang's alchemy skills were the best. Naturally, he was also very proficient in controlling fire. Moreover, the beast flame in his hand made them all extremely envious. They all felt that Xian Wuchang would definitely win this time. Unfortunately, although the Cyan Wind Tiger King was mighty, it was only a paper tiger in front of the Blue Wolf King. The two beasts clashed, but in just a single exchange, the Cyan Wind Tiger King was torn to pieces by the Blue Wolf King. At this time, everyone in the Xian clan realized that this young man definitely had an earth fire in his hand. Everyone, let's attack together and keep them here. Xian Wuchang didn't feel sad about the Cyan Wind Tiger King being torn to pieces. Instead, he became even more excited. As long as he killed this young man, then the earth fire would belong to him. Xian Wuchang's blood began to boil at the thought of this. The Xian clan elders received their orders and condensed powerful flames, attacking Ling Xiao at the same time. Take them away. Ling Xiao didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He said to Savage Leopard, blue flames rising from his body. The demon blue fireball had absorbed an unknown amount of thunder and fire essence from the Tang clan's lightning fire pool. Its power was even greater than before, and the blue flames around Ling Xiao were even more vivid and enchanting. Ling Xiao dove into the sea of flames. With himself as the center, the blue flames instantly exploded. The flames that attacked Ling Xiao were instantly devoured by the demon blue fireball. They were unable to harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how powerful this young master is. Ling Xiao shouted, full of fighting spirit. Countless blue flames shot out from his palms towards the Xian clan elders. The Xian clan elders didn't dare touch Ling Xiao's flames, and they all soared into the sky. Ling Xiao actually didn't plan on killing them. The flames he sent out burned towards the Xian clan's buildings. In the blink of an eye, several buildings near him were burned. The expressions of the Xian clan elders in the sky changed. Xian Wuchang's face darkened. 8th, 9th, 10th, you guys go put out the fire. The rest of you, do your best to take him down. A green cauldron appeared in Xian Wuchang's hand. The other elders also raised their cauldrons. The Xian clan had been alchemists for generations, and their cauldrons were their best weapons. The medicinal cauldrons flew out and smashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao laughed and retracted his flames. Golden dragon scales appeared all over his body, and his fists were covered in thick scales. A golden dragon image soared into the sky, and the golden dragon roared endlessly. Ling Xiao bounced up from the ground, and his fist covered in golden dragon scales met Xian Wuchang's cauldron. You're courting death. Xian Wuchang sneered. His cauldron was a rank 5 Xian artifact, a high-grade cauldron. The kid in front of him dared to meet it with his fist. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He only heard a bang sound, and his cauldron was smashed into a cracked state. After a few more bang sounds, his cauldron could no longer withstand the huge fist force, and immediately broke into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't stop and attacked the other flying cauldrons. Bang bang. In just a few moments, another 3 cauldrons were smashed. The other Xian clan elders were shocked. The elders who didn't have their apothecary masters summoned their apothecary masters back, afraid that they would be destroyed like the previous cauldrons. Xian Wuchang felt like he was about to swallow blood. This cauldron was passed down to him by his ancestors, and it had been with him for nearly 100 years. Yet, it was broken just like that. Kill him with all your strength. A flaming sword appeared in Xian Wuchang's hand, and he shouted at the other elders. His whole body was like a hawk, and he rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to show his strength in front of his disciple, and his fighting spirit surged. Ling Xiao, Xian Wuchang, and a few other Xian clan elders who had switched to using other profound artifacts were fighting. A series of explosions rang out above the Xian clan's courtyard, and the Xian clan members were scared witless. Who dares to break into our Xian clan? He actually alarmed the patriarch and the elders. Who knows? But no matter who dares to invade my Xian family, only death awaits them. Look, there's only one person fighting with the patriarch and the other elders. What kind of strength is this? It's too powerful. The members of the Xian family looked up at the sky and discussed among themselves. It was as if they had forgotten about the burning house. Chapter 443. In the sky above the Xian residence, waves of powerful spiritual energy rippled through the Xian residence's courtyard. A young man with faint golden dragon scales all over his body was having a good time fighting a few old men. The young man was only in his 20s. Golden light surrounded him, and the image of a golden dragon danced along with his movements. That elegant heroic posture, that noble aura, that domineering fist, that disdainful gaze, wherever the golden fist went, the Xian weapons that were chopped down would always show signs of cracking or cracking. Don't fight him head-on. Lock onto him first and then kill him. Xian Wuchang wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Not only for his cauldron, but also for Ling Xiao's earth fire. No matter what, this young man had to die. The elders of the Xian family split up and formed a series of complicated hand seals. Beams of fire wove together and formed a powerful prison of fire, moving towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed, "It's a pity that I don't have a metal attribute fist technique to complement it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to use it." Ling Xiao sighed, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was as domineering as he was, and another dragon image roared. It was a 9-headed dragon snake beast, and everyone in the sky shuddered in fear. The Xian clan's elders all felt a lingering fear. Damn it, he actually has a spirit weapon. But don't think that my Xian clan doesn't have one. Xian Wuchang cursed, and a spirit weapon appeared in his hand. It was a mid-grade 6-peak breaker spear, a fire attribute spirit weapon. The sharp spearhead emitted a fierce flame, and there was a fire snake coiling around the spear shaft. It looked alive. Ling Xiao looked at the fire prison in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he raised his ice and fire sword. Whoosh! A blue flame streaked across, and the fire prison was instantly torn open. However, this opening was suddenly filled with fire snakes that swarmed over. The fire snake was extremely ferocious, and its bloodthirsty fangs made people feel a chill run down their spine. Ling Xiao naturally knew that his opponent had used a spiritual weapon. This time, he didn't dare to use his own body to take the attack head-on. Now that he had the ice and fire sword in his hand, why would he be afraid of other people's spirit weapons? Break! Ling Xiao leaned forward slightly, the ice and fire sword in his hand shook, and a blue nine-headed dragon snake instantly rushed forward. Those fire snakes were scattered by the nine-headed dragon snake. The nine-headed dragon snake was still charging forward, roaring at Xian Wuchang. Xian Wuchang's expression changed drastically. Only now did he realize that this mid-stage king-rank young man was even more terrifying than all of them. Xian Wuchang struggled to stop the Hydra and couldn't help but shout, "Wuchang, please come out of seclusion to help." Ling Xiao had long sensed Xian Wuchang's killing intent towards him. He could let the rest of the Xian family go, but he had to let the head of the Xian family know that there were some people he could not afford to offend. Ling Xiao didn't wait for the Xian family's reinforcements to arrive, and he finally used his extreme speed to rush towards Xian Wuchang. "Thief, how dare you!" An earth-shattering explosion resounded. 3 figures quickly flew over to this place. At the same time, a powerful energy rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored the energy and attacked with the ice and fire sword. Xian Wuchang wanted to dodge, but he found that it was too late. Pfft! A bloody arm was thrown high into the sky, and then it fell back down. Ah! Xian Wuchang clutched his arm and let out an earth-shattering scream. Rumble! The incoming energy was stopped by a mass of black mist. "Who are you? How dare you come to my Xian family and cause trouble?" 3 elders appeared at the same time, and the shortest among them shouted. He glanced at Xian Wuchang, then at Ling Xiao, and his eyes were filled with rage. "Elder Wantong, kill this little bastard immediately." Xian Wuchang took a few pills and picked up his severed arm, then said to the shortest elder. At this moment, he had nothing but endless killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Xian Wuchang and chuckled, "Say one more word and I'll send you to see the king of hell first." When Xian Wuchang met Ling Xiao's sharp eyes, it was as if he saw a huge dragon coiling above his head. He was so scared that he didn't dare to reply. "Brat, who are you? Why did you come to my Xian family and cause trouble?" Xian Wantong stared at Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the others and asked. Xian Wantong was a mid-level Earth sovereign. He wanted to save Xian Wuchang just now, but he was intercepted by Savage Leopard. He knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person, so even though he wanted to kill the brat in front of him, he still had to understand the situation before making a move. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he provoked big trouble. "I don't want to repeat this question. I don't want to cause trouble, but you guys keep pestering me. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully?" Ling Xiao shook his head and replied disdainfully. "Humph, since that's the case, we'll talk after this old man captures you." Xian Wantong snorted coldly and a giant fiery palm grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard was just about to make a move when Ling Xiao sent a sound transmission, "Just watch the two of them." Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and slashed out a powerful sword light, splitting the giant palm in half. Xian Wantong's brows twitched, and his body finally moved. He knew that the opponent might have a high-grade spirit weapon, so he couldn't let his guard down. Xian Wantong instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao had already been waiting for this moment. He opened his mouth and a dragon's roar rushed out. The sound waves rippled in the air, and Xian Wantong was caught off guard, causing his ears to ring and his vision to blur. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack, but he didn't kill Xian Wantong. Instead, he ruthlessly slapped Xian Wantong's chest. Pfft! Although Xian Wantong was a middle-stage Earth sovereign, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person without any defense. Immediately, he was sent flying far away, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him because his goal had been achieved. The other two Xian clan Earth sovereigns wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard's tyrannical aura finally started to move. The strength of a high-stage Earth sovereign made it hard for the Xian clan members to breathe. The two low-stage Earth sovereigns didn't dare to act rashly. They knew that they were no match for the young man in front of them. They were all shocked in their hearts. Where did this abnormal young expert come from? They looked at Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard. One was in his early 20s at most, while the other was in his early 30s. One was a middle-stage king rank, while the other was a terrifying high-level Earth Emperor. Such strength was probably as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn in the vast southern territory. Another terrifying aura surged from the depths of the Xian clan. A thin old man walked over step by step, stepping on flames. Every step he took seemed slow, but every stride covered a distance of dozens of meters. In just a moment, he appeared in front of everyone. The Xian clan's ancestor was a figure of the same generation as the Tang clan's old man, and he had the strength of a high-stage Earth sovereign. However, he didn't know that the current Tang clan's old man's strength had far surpassed his. When the Xian clan members saw the newcomer, they respectfully saluted and called out, "Greetings, ancestor. The main character is here." "Finally, we can talk," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The Xian clan's ancestor frowned and glanced at Ling Xiao, but then his gaze fell on Savage Leopard. "Who are you?" The Xian clan's ancestor stared at Savage Leopard and asked. In his eyes, only Savage Leopard was worthy of being his opponent. He could sense the previous fight here, but he didn't expect that there would be such an expert hidden here. The aura displayed by Savage Leopard was comparable to his, and it seemed to be much more overbearing. He had no choice but to come out of seclusion to take a look. "I'm just a servant of the young master." Savage Leopard's character was disdainful to answer the Xian clan's ancestor, but he knew that Ling Xiao cared about his face, so he could only reply coldly. "A servant of the young master?" The Xian clan's ancestor frowned and finally looked at Ling Xiao. In the southern region, which young master would have a high-stage Earth sovereign as a servant? He didn't seem to have heard of it. He was also a high-stage Earth sovereign, but in the clan, he was already the oldest ancestor. How could people with such high strength be willing to submit to others? Unless there was an even more terrifying existence above them. But was there such an existence in the southern region? Could it be someone from the central region? "Young master, what business do you have with my Xian clan?" The Xian clan's ancestor asked humbly. The expressions of the Xian clan's elders changed. Even their ancestor had to be careful when speaking, but they didn't recognize the situation and wanted to kill the other party. What should they do now? Xian Wuchang's expression became even more unsightly. He didn't expect these two youths to have such terrifying strength. It seemed that it was impossible to have any ideas about them, let alone take revenge. "That's right. Everyone sit down and talk. Peace is precious." "This young master has always been a pacifist," Ling Xiao said with satisfaction. When the Xian clan's elders heard this, they almost vomited blood in anger. A pacifist would burn the house under their feet to ashes, shatter their medicine cauldron, and chop off their patriarch's arm? They all cursed inwardly. "Damn, this brat doesn't even blush when he lies with his eyes open." The Xian clan's ancestor was also a capable person. He didn't care about what had just happened and directly led Ling Xiao and the others into the main pavilion. The Xian clan's ancestor and 3 other Earth sovereigns accompanied them, while the other elders could only stand outside. In any case, the Xian clan's ancestors' actions made Ling Xiao feel that the old man was very tactful, much more sensible than the younger generation of the Xian clan. If the Xian clan's elders heard that they were called younger generation of the Xian clan, they would probably vomit blood again. Damn, being called younger generation by a brat in his early 20s, they could only bang their heads against the wall. Xian Li, come here and pay your respects to your ancestor. Ling Xiao sat down and beckoned Xianli over. Xianli walked over with some apprehension, then bowed to the old ancestor of the Xian clan. "Greetings, old ancestor." Xianli hadn't expected to have the chance to be so close to his ancestor. At this moment, he realized how much of a master he had. His heart was filled with nothing but gratitude. Chapter 444. The Xian family's ancestor, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not know what was going on. He had been in seclusion all year round and did not care about the family's affairs. Aside from a few outstanding descendants, he had no impression of the others and did not care about them. The Xian family was a large family and he was the ancestor of the family. How could he remember so many people, let alone a cripple who could not cultivate? The three earthly emperors at the side were also stunned. They were old people who rarely walked around and did not know what was going on in front of them. However, Xianli's next words cleared up their doubts. He said the name of his great-grandfather, which was his bloodline. The Xian family's ancestor finally knew that Xianli was indeed a descendant of the Xian family. But even if Xianli was a descendant of the Xian family, why would he listen to an outsider? What was going on? The Xian family's ancestors' doubts were quickly answered. Originally, I wanted to bring my new disciple back to pick up some things, but your family made things difficult for me. I had no choice but to defend myself. If I didn't have a hard hand, I'm afraid he would have been separated from his family, Ling Xiao said with a tone of grievance. The Xian family's ancestor glanced at the Xian family's elders outside the door, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "It is his honor to be accepted as a disciple by the young master. It seems that this is just a misunderstanding. How about we just let this matter go?" The Xian family's ancestor wanted to let Ling Xiao settle the matter first, then investigate Ling Xiao's identity and study what kind of power could make a high-level earthly emperor willingly become his servant. "That's true, but you may not know this, but 5 years ago, my apprentice was expelled from the Xian family," Ling Xiao said lightly. The Xian family's ancestor naturally did not know the reason, but he saw that Xianli did not have any Xian strength and was just an ordinary person. He was a useless descendant who could not cultivate, so he could not blame anyone for being pushed out. "Young master, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." "Old master is indeed a straightforward man," Ling Xiao praised. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "In your Xian family, my disciple may only be a piece of trash with innately wasted meridians. But in my hands, Ling Xiao, he can turn trash into treasure. Perhaps you don't know that Xianli has a pure wood attribute physique." Before Ling Xiao could get down to business, he mentioned Xianli's constitution. For a moment, the Xian family elders at the door wore expressions of disbelief. Any martial artist would only be able to distinguish their own attributes after becoming a mystic cultivator. Xianli was not even a martial disciple yet. How could he know his physique? The Xian family's ancestor did not believe Ling Xiao's words either. Ling Xiao didn't explain much. Instead, he waved at Xianli and said, "Xianli, come here." Xianli obeyed Ling Xiao's words and immediately walked over. Ling Xiao pressed one hand on Xianli's forehead. A green light flowed from his finger into Xianli's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, with Xianli as the center, a layer of crisp green light bloomed. This layer of crisp green light was very thin, but it was very bright. It was like a green leaf that was growing, giving off a feeling of vitality. Xianli felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body. The green light gave him a strange sense of intimacy. He seemed to be able to feel that his lower abdomen had absorbed the energy. The Xian family's ancestor suddenly stood up. His old eyes flashed with excitement. It's really a pure wood attribute physique." Although he didn't know what method Ling Xiao used to bring out Xianli's attribute physique, just by looking at the layer of crisp green light on Xianli's body, he was sure that this was definitely Xianli's own green light. Looking at the intensity of the green light, it must have reached 100% pure green. This was the sign of a pure wood attribute physique. The Xian family's elders at the door were also dumbfounded. Now, even if they were fools, they could be sure that Xianli definitely had a 100% wood attribute physique. Among them, there was an old man who looked at Xianli with an excited expression. His old eyes were filled with satisfaction and kindness. Ling Xiao let go of Xianli and said to the Xian family's ancestor, "Old master, to be honest, I really want to thank you for giving me such a good disciple like Tenbin. Although he started a little late, I believe that his future achievements should not be too low." Not only was it not low, but if he had powerful resources, his future path would definitely not be limited to the Earth Emperor stage. Becoming an Empyrean was an ironclad fact, and it was not impossible for him to step into the Emperor stage. The Xian family's ancestor coughed lightly and said, "Yes, Xianli is a good child. Xian Longsheng, come in for a moment." Then, an old man squeezed through the door and bowed to the old man, ancestor. Xian Longsheng was the great elder of the second generation of the Xian family. After Xian Wuchang, who was the family head, he was the second most powerful person in the family. Now that Xian Wuchang had lost an arm and needed treatment, the Xian family's ancestor naturally had to question him. The Xian family's ancestor angrily slammed the table and asked, "Who expelled Xianli from the family?" How could he not be angry? A pure wood attribute descendant. This meant that in 100 years, the Xian family might be able to welcome an Empyrean-level super powerhouse. At that time, the Xian family's golden age had arrived. But now, they had handed it over to someone else. If he didn't vent his anger on the younger generation, he didn't know where to vent it. Xian Longsheng's stooped body trembled and he stammered, this is, he didn't know where to start. There were many people who had bullied this child, but the older generation rarely interfered. Moreover, Xianli had innately wasted meridians, so naturally, no one cared about him. "Get out of here, useless trash. I'll hold you accountable when we get back." The Xian family's ancestor knew that it was pointless to ask, so he directly waved his hand and dismissed Xian Longsheng. At this time, an earthly king of the Xian family suddenly spoke, "Our Xian family has always had a fire attribute physique. Why did we suddenly have a wood attribute descendant?" Hearing this, everyone in the Xian family came to a sudden realization. The Xian family had an unknown rule, and that was that the woman in the marriage alliance had to be of the fire attribute, so it was destined that the descendants they gave birth to would all be of the fire attribute. This was also a compromise to continue the Xian family's alchemy for generations. But why was Xianli a pure wood attribute? The Xian family's ancestor frowned, "That's right. Xian Bo, come up and explain." Although the Xian family's ancestor didn't know Xianli's grandfather did. Xian Bo immediately stepped forward and bowed. It must be because the child's mother has a dual wood and fire attribute physique, so, this explanation was barely acceptable. After all, the attributes that both parents possessed, their descendants would always have the same physique as one of them. However, Xianli just so happened to inherit another attribute from her mother. The Xian family's ancestor waved his hand to dismiss Xian Bo, then revealed a kind smile to Xianli, "Little, come sit beside your grandfather." The Xian family's elders outside the door were all moved. They could guess that the ancestor must have thought of a way to make this descendant stay. When they thought about how their descendants had bullied Xianli, they felt a deep sense of worry, afraid that Xianli would take revenge in the future. Xianli gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, ancestor. From today onwards, Xianli will leave the family and follow my master." He didn't know how many years it had been since someone in the family called him so affectionately. Although he had waited for it to come, he didn't feel any sense of familiarity or warmth at all. If it wasn't for his master, he wouldn't have the chance to stand here and look at the ancestor's kind smile. However, this kind smile gave him a feeling of disgust. He wondered what if he didn't have a pure wood attribute physique? Would anyone care about his life or death, or his fate? Perhaps until the day he died, no one would remember that he was a descendant of the Xin family. At this moment, he was determined to forget everything here, everything that didn't belong to him. He was only his master's disciple, his most loyal disciple. The Xin family's ancestor didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed and said, "I know you're angry, but this is your fate growing up in the family. However, don't deny that you are indeed of the Xin family's blood, right? Come back, no one will bully you in the family in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, grandfather will help you vent your anger. How about it?" When the Xin family's elders heard this, they all looked at Xianli with incomparable envy, but their hearts were also faintly worried. They had never seen the high and mighty ancestor speak so politely to a descendant of the younger generation. The Xin family's ancestor also put down his old face. The person in front of him was his descendant. Although he didn't have the fire attribute and couldn't inherit the Xin family's alchemy tradition, so what? Other than alchemy, of course, they also needed the outstanding younger generation of Tenbin to become strong so that they could protect this large family in the future. And Xianli's pure wood attribute physique was worth him putting down his old face to persuade him to stay. As long as he was willing to stay, he would definitely do his best to subdue Xianli. This was the message he was sending to Xianli, and also to let the rest of the Xin family know his determination. Before Xianli, Ling Xiao was not anxious at all. He had a casual smile on his face, as if he didn't care about Xianli's decision. Xianli opened his mouth, and his tone was still so firm. "Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness, but I will follow my master and serve him from now on." Old man. When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost tripped. "I say, kid, in the future, just call me master. Don't add 'old man' behind it, or I'll kick you out of the family." Ling Xiao shouted at Xianli. Xianli knew that he had said the wrong thing and immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, master. I won't dare to do it again." The Xin family's ancestor's expression became somewhat complicated. He transmitted a message to Xian Bo, planning to use the emotional card to make Xianli stay. Unexpectedly, Xianli was still unmoved. The Xin family's ancestor knew that this was a fact that could not be changed, so he could only change his strategy. "Young master, where are you from? I'll have to trouble you to take good care of this child of the Xin family," the Xin family's ancestor said softly. "You'll know who I am later. Since Xianli is following me, I won't mistreat him. Of course, since Xianli has suffered so much at your hands all these years, you have to show some appreciation, right?" Ling Xiao said, cutting to the point. Chapter 445. Ling Xiao had always adhered to the saying, "If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard." He let everyone in the Xin family know that Xianli had a pure wood constitution in order to extort money from the Xin family. Otherwise, how could he make up for Xianli's years of suffering? Those who knew Ling Xiao would know that this was just an excuse that Ling Xiao had made up for himself. "We owe this child. It's only right to compensate him," the elder of the Xin family said matter-of-factly. He felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Even if Xianli didn't return to the Xin family in the future, he still had to build a good relationship with him. After all, they were all of the Xin family's blood. If the Xin family encountered trouble in the future, he and his master wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? Therefore, he felt that giving Xianli some compensation was also necessary. Old master is really open-minded and generous. Ling Xiao gave a thumbs up to the elder of the Xian family and then said, "In fact, my little disciple's requirements are not high. Just give me 100 or 80 spirit herbs above the 6th level and a few 100,000 Xian crystals. Forget it." Ling Xiao said it very casually, not even batting an eyelid. As soon as these words came out, the elder of the Xian family's hand trembled. The 3 earthly emperors also looked at Ling Xiao as if they wanted to eat him up. This young master's joke is not funny. The elder of the Xian family said with a sullen face. Ling Xiao said innocently, "No way. I heard that the Xian family is one of the 4 big families in the southern region. Can't you even take out such a small thing? It's really... forget it. How about this, you promise me one thing and I'll let today's matter go. In the future, I'll come back for Xian Li occasionally. After all, this is his home." Originally, it was Ling Xiao who had been provoking the Xian family. Not only did he burn down the Xian family's house, but he also cut off the master of the Xian family's arm. Now, it was the elder who had been wronged. This made the elders of the Xian family go crazy. However, they knew that the elder of the Xian family was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, their elder would not have lowered his voice and negotiated with them. The Xian family's ancestor calmed himself down and asked, "Speak." Actually, his heart was also pent up. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't figured out the young man's identity, he really wanted to slap this arrogant young man to death. It was one thing to kidnap a genius from the Xian family, but they actually had the nerve to demand an exorbitant price. "I'm not afraid to tell you all that I'm the emperor's son-in-law of the Gu clan. The original Gu city will be opened soon. I hope that the Xian clan can provide some pills to the newly built auction house in Gu city. What do you think?" Ling Xiao suggested. The patriarch of the Xian clan and the other 3 earthly sovereigns were shocked. Previously, they had sent people to explore Gu city, but none of them returned. Now, Gu city had seen the light of day again. Could it be that the Gu race was still alive? To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't really think much of the Xian clan's pills. After all, he was already a 5th-grade alchemist. The main reason he did this was because he wouldn't have time to stay in Gu city in the future, nor would he have time to refine pills all day long for the auction. After coming to the Xian clan, he started to plan for the Xian clan. Although the Xian clan didn't have any high-grade alchemists, they could still provide some 3rd or 4th-grade pills for the auction. The Xian clan's ancestor believed Ling Xiao's words a little. If Ling Xiao wasn't the powerful Gu race, how could he have such a powerful servant? He sighed in his heart, it seems like the southern region is going to change. Ling Xiao was afraid that the Xian clan's ancestor couldn't make up his mind, so he said, "I just reached an agreement with the Tang clan's old man not long ago. He is already willing to provide our Gu race with profound and spirit artifacts for auction." Oh right, the Tang clan's old man seems to have comprehended his own Tao. The Xian clan's ancestor's mind shook. He said in disbelief, "Old man Tang has comprehended?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. I believe this news will spread throughout the southern region very soon." The Xian clan's ancestor's eyes dimmed. He sighed heavily and said, "He's always one step ahead of me." Then he said to Ling Xiao, "I can agree to your request. The Xian clan will provide the auction pills to Gu city." The Xian clan's ancestor understood that the other party had already pointed out that the Tang clan's old man Tang had already stepped into the honorable realm and had already compromised. What choice did the Xian clan have? Ling Xiao thought to himself, this old man is more tactful than the others. Since he had already vented his anger, Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to stay in the Xian clan. Before he left, the Xian clan's ancestor still sent some 3rd or 4th grade pills, saying that they were for Xian Li to use. It could be considered a token of the Xian clan. This caused Ling Xiao to not know whether to laugh or cry. With him, a fifth-grade alchemist, why would they need those inferior pills? Before entering the transmission formation, Xin Li's grandfather, Xin Bo, appeared in front of them. "Child, these are some of your parents' things. Take them as a souvenir." Xin Bo handed a spatial ring to Xin Li and said with a guilty expression. Xin Li glanced at Ling Xiao and took the spatial ring hesitantly. "Child, Grandpa has let you down. In the future, you have to follow your master and listen to him. Do you understand?" Xin Bo said indifferently, then turned around and left. However, his figure seemed to have stooped a little at this moment. For some reason, when Xin Li looked at that old figure, his eyes became misty again. However, he still remembered his master's words, "A man bleeds but not tears." In the end, his tears did not flow. After stepping into the transmission formation, the group appeared on another hot land. This time, Ling Xiao did not plan to stay in the deity Dao Union for too long. He immediately led the group to Gu City. This time, Ling Xiao summoned the Blue Flood Dragon, wanting it to carry the others. However, the Blue Flood Dragon refused to let anyone get close to it. Feeling helpless, Ling Xiao wanted to use the obsidian cauldron to store Xin Li and Sun Xiaonan. However, at this moment, the savage leopard summoned a superior grade rank 4 dark attributed bloodthirsty bat. This bat was originally in this body's spirit beast wristband. Now that he had this flying spirit beast, Ling Xiao gave up on his original idea. Ling Xiao rode on the Blue Flood Dragon while the other three rode on the bloodthirsty bat and rushed back to Gu City at full speed. Traveling at full speed, it only took them 12 days to reach Gu City from Deity Dao City. If Ling Xiao had flown on the Blue Flood Dragon, he would have been much faster. When they returned to Gu City, the baleful aura that enveloped Gu City had already disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a warm multicolored light circulating around it. Gu City was surrounded by mountains. Naturally, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. However, the baleful aura had previously concealed it, so it did not show up. Now, Ling Xiao discovered that the spiritual energy here was not inferior to that of those sections. In fact, it was even denser. Just as Ling Xiao's group of 4 approached the city, a resonant voice rang out, "Who dares to barge into Gu City?" They saw a bald man flying out of the city. He held a silver spear in his hand, looking indescribably mighty. However, when he saw the Blue Flood Dragon and the bloodthirsty bat, his expression changed drastically. "Oh, my God, this is a flood dragon," the bald man cried out in shock. He actually turned around and flew back into the city. Ling Xiao didn't expect that this guy was just a tough guy on the outside, and was actually just a weakling. He really wanted to laugh at him. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of something and exclaimed, "Not good, could it be that someone has taken over Gu City?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to descend on the Blue Flood Dragon, a few more figures flew out of the city. "Husband, you're back." A gorgeous figure instantly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Kai Xiaoyu was still so beautiful and moving. She had a perfect and flawless face, and her gorgeous clothes vividly reflected her proud figure. Her mature charm would always make any man feel infatuated. Xin Li and Sun Xiaonan, who were not far from Ling Xiao, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, "What a beautiful woman." Kai Xiaoyu could be called a fairy by the outside world. How could she not be beautiful? Ling Xiao hugged Kai Xiaoyu and lightly tapped her forehead. He then said, "You is getting more and more enchanting." "Really?" Kai Xiaoyu's heart was filled with sweetness as she buried her delicate red face deep into Ling Xiao's sturdy chest. After not seeing him for more than a month, her longing for Ling Xiao had grown deeper and deeper. At this time, a person stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, young master." Ling Xiao gently pushed away the beauty in his arms and looked at Poison Scorpion, who was bowing at a 90-degree angle, and said with a faint smile, "Scorpion, there's no need to be so polite." Poison Scorpion's performance let Ling Xiao know that his loyalty had increased by quite a bit. Poison Scorpion straightened his body, then turned to the 4 people behind him and shouted, "Why aren't you guys coming over to pay your respects to young master?" The 4 strong men behind Poison Scorpion immediately stepped forward and bowed to Ling Xiao, calling out in unison, "Greetings, young master." "They are?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Before Poison Scorpion could explain, Kai Xiaoyu, who was beside him, said, "Let's go back first and talk." Ling Xiao nodded, put away the spirit beast, and landed in the city. There was a majestic pavilion in Gu City. This was the temporary residence that Kai Xiaoyu had cleaned up. After entering the pavilion and listening to Kai Xiaoyu and Poison Scorpion's explanation, he found out that the 4 people were actually a mercenary force. They were all surnamed Peng, and were 4 brothers. All of them were at the king stage, and the eldest and second brothers were at the king stage, while the third and fourth brothers were at the king stage. They also had a group of subordinates, and could be considered a pretty good mercenary force. When Kai Xiaoyu and Poison Scorpion went to the mountains to hunt high-level spirit beasts, they actually had ideas about Kai Xiaoyu. The result could be imagined. Not only did they fail, they were beaten to death by Poison Scorpion. Poison Scorpion didn't kill them. After making them suffer, he subdued them and made them the first batch of people to rebuild Gu City. One must know that they had hundreds of subordinates under them. With their participation, it would be easier to rebuild Gu City. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Poison Scorpion's approach. In addition to his martial strength, he also valued his wisdom. If this matter was handled by Kai Xiaoyu, the 4 Peng brothers would have died without a burial place, and where would they get their current helpers? Chapter 446. The Peng brothers were very young. The eldest was only in his 80s, and the 4th was only in his 60s. Compared to other king stage martial artists, they were extremely young. For many people at their age, not to mention attaining the mid-stage monarch rank, even breaking through to the low-stage monarch rank was something to be proud of. Back in Meteorite City, the Ling family's supreme elder was only able to break through to the king stage when he was about 150 years old because of Ling Zhao's 10,000-year tree's milk. It was obvious that it was not easy to break through to the king stage suddenly. It was like a heavenly cushion for a martial artist. Breaking through this heavenly cushion would be like a dragon entering the sea, and one would be able to soar freely between heaven and earth. The fact that the Gu brothers were able to cultivate to this level without relying on a big sect proved that their tenbin was definitely not inferior to ordinary geniuses. While Ling Xiao was secretly praising the Peng brothers, the Gu brothers were even more amazed by Ling Xiao. They had heard from the Poison Emperor that the master of this place was very young and promising. But when they saw him in person, they felt that he was a little too young. He was only in his 20s, but his strength had already surpassed their decades of cultivation. Moreover, looking at his bearing and demeanor, he really had the temperament of a tortoise. Even the high and mighty Poison Emperor had to respectfully address him as young master. But their powerful mistress had actually turned into a timid young housewife in front of him. This was too shocking. It should be known that the Poison Emperor's reputation had already caused a sensation in the southern region 100 years ago, and the reputation of Blood Azura was not just for show. But in front of this young man, their edge seemed to be so weak that it couldn't be any weaker. Moreover, the huge 6 claws of the blue flood dragon they had seen before showed that it was at least a 6th-rank flood dragon. What did this mean? It was a spirit beast comparable to the celestial master stage, and it could move unhindered in any place in the southern region. The Peng brothers worshipped Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't dare to look down on Ling Xiao because of his young age. With the mercenary group brought by the Peng brothers, it was not so difficult to hold the auction. At the same time, Poison Scorpion had already arranged for people to go to the major cities to spread the news that Gu City was reopened. Before this, Ling Xiao had visited the Tang family, the Raging Inferno mercenary group, and the Xin family. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that Nangong Lai had informed King Tiela of the Tiela tribe. At once, the four forces proved that Gu City had indeed reopened, and they would also provide goods to the Gu tribe auction. In the following half a month, all the major forces sent people to Gu City to investigate. There were also some rogue cultivators and mercenaries who chose to stay in Gu City. Gradually, Gu City gained some liveliness and was no longer as lifeless as before. Ling Xiao was relieved and happy to see this. He believed that with Kai Xiaoyu and Poison Emperor guarding Gu City, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to return to the northwest. However, before he returned, something strange happened that slowed down Ling Xiao's footsteps. In the mountains not far from Gu City, there were actually a few mountains that suddenly turned into fiery mountain ridges, causing the surrounding spirit beasts to flee in all directions. The fire spirit grass also gradually withered, and the sky turned brownish-red, looking extremely strange. Although this strange phenomenon did not affect the reconstruction of Gu City, many people thought that this phenomenon was definitely the appearance of some spiritual object or the arrival of some disaster. Those martial artists who had just arrived went over to check, but they were unable to find anything. After all, the aura there was too strong, ordinary people could not get too close to it. On the contrary, many fire attribute martial artists ran over to cultivate, and actually gained a lot of insight into the fire attribute. Ling Xiao felt that this phenomenon was very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before, so he decided to go over to take a look. 5 miles east of Gu City, there was a sparse mountain ridge. Other than some low-rank spirit beasts and some young trees, there was nothing worth paying attention to. There were 5 nearby mountain ridges that were connected to each other, and the soil had changed from the original color to a brownish red. The trees and spirit grasses had become lifeless, as though they could die at any time. In the sky above the mountain ridge, there were indeed waves of uncomfortable heat waves. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the protection of the demon blue flame, so he was not affected by the heat waves at all. As he flew here, Ling Xiao felt that he had felt this aura before. All of a sudden, the demon blue fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed something. It once again sent a strong message to his sea of consciousness, just like when it was in the Tang family's crafting pool, trying to escape from his control. That's right, it's the dark brown flame. It must be the dark brown flame. Ling Xiao's mind flashed, and he finally remembered what caused this phenomenon. That's right, it was the Earth Stage dark brown flame left behind by Dan Chundao who led the team to Gu City. Recalling that day in Gu City, Dan Chundao had been killed by the Gu clan old woman in the Great World, and at that time, he had only been thinking of ways to escape, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to the movements of the dark brown flame. Later, the old woman disappeared, leaving only Ling Xiao and a few others in Gu City, and when Poison Scorpion and Cruel Leopard searched the dead people, they also brought back Dan Chundao's space ring. However, Ling Xiao had always thought that the dark brown flame had disappeared with Dan Chundao's death. Now, seeing the scene in front of him, Ling Xiao knew that the dark brown flame must have escaped long ago and taken root here, resulting in this phenomenon. No wonder the phenomenon here gave Ling Xiao a sense of familiarity. This brownish-red color was exactly the same as the color of the flame Dan Chundao had used. Ling Xiao glanced at the few people wandering around the mountain ridge, then landed in a place that was not too hot. He just didn't want to draw attention to himself. Then, he began to run at full speed towards the hottest mountain ridge, which was also the darkest brown. As soon as he entered the mountain ridge, a wave of heat hit his face, and the flames seemed to have a mind of their own, entangling towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, those flames became a feast for the blue flames and were devoured one by one. Since the last time in the Tang family's artifact refining pool, he heard from Lu Weng that special beads could also advance, but they had to absorb and accumulate the same amount of energy, which was beneficial to them. Both the blue demon fire and the dark brown flame belonged to the source energy of fire. Although the blue demon fire was a high-grade flame, if it could absorb the dark brown flame, its power would probably become even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to let the blue demon fire absorb the dark brown flame. He had other plans. As he walked into the hottest area, he saw that everything within a 10-mile radius had turned black. There was no sign of life here, only balls of dark brown flames burning intensely, as if they would never be extinguished. The temperature here was frighteningly high, and the flames were as ferocious beasts. It was not a place that ordinary people could approach. Even an Earth Sovereign Realm expert would be burnt to ashes if he tried to walk here without preparation. However, Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He had the protection of the heavenly fire, and unless it was a heavenly fire of the same rank, no fire could harm him. In this area, there were different fire seeds of different shapes, all of them dark brown in color. Some were in the shape of spirit beasts, while others were flickering like flowers, grass, or trees. Ordinary people would not be able to tell which was the real dark brown flame's fire seed. If it was someone else, they would have to spend a lot of effort to find the dark brown flame's fire seed. However, with the guidance of the blue demon fire, Ling Xiao saw a dark brown little fire seed behind an inconspicuous rock layer. This little fire seed was very intelligent, and as soon as it saw Ling Xiao coming over, it actually surged, and the fierce flame suddenly burned towards Ling Xiao. The flame was fierce, and its energy was extremely explosive. Any expert would be swallowed up by this thick flame, and not even ashes would be left. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not need to guard against it, and the blue demon fire immediately rushed towards the dark brown flame. The dark brown flame seemed to have met its nemesis, and was actually suppressed by the blue flame in an instant. In the heart of the fire, the little flame seemed to feel fear, and actually chose to escape. Ling Xiao did not expect that this earth fire would have such intelligence. Want to escape? No way! Ling Xiao exclaimed softly, and with both palms controlling the blue demon fire, he instantly chased after the little flame. In fact, even without Ling Xiao's control, the blue demon fire was like a wolf that had encountered a sheep, and revealed its ferocious side. It wrapped around the dark brown flame, and was about to devour it. As the fire seed of the earth fire, the dark brown flame naturally would not sit still and wait for death. It once again displayed its turbulent explosive energy, and isolated the blue flame. At the same time, the dark brown flame also wrapped around the mountain ridge, as if it was planning to work from the inside and outside to devour the blue flame. Unfortunately, although this plan was good, it underestimated the power of the heavenly fire, which was of a higher level than itself. Ling Xiao did not need to exert any force, and the blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness automatically transmitted energy out. As the number of blue flames increased, the reddish-brown flames were forced to retreat bit by bit. Very soon, the area within a radius of 10 miles was almost occupied by the blue flame. Between the blue flames, there was a hint of a strange purple color. Ling Xiao knew that this was because the blue demon fire had absorbed the thunder fire origin that had been accumulated in the Tang family's weapon refining pool for many years. The dark brown flame seemed to feel a strong sense of danger, and wanted to escape through the ground. Unfortunately, the blue flame did not give it a chance. The blue flame exerted force again, and in a moment, the dark brown flame was only left with a little bit, swaying in the middle of the blue flame. It seemed to be panicking, and also seemed to be very helpless, like a lost sheep that had encountered a pack of wolves, and could become food at any time. Just as the blue flame was about to devour the dark brown flame, Ling Xiao sent out a strong signal to stop it from moving. The blue flame was very unwilling, but it could not go against Ling Xiao's order. It could only continue to surround the dark brown flame, and not let it escape. Ling Xiao began to think of a way to keep it. This was a strange fire source, and was extremely tempting to any alchemist. He could not let the blue demon fire destroy it. Although he could also benefit if the blue demon fire absorbed it, he did not want to do so. He had a great use for it. Chapter 447. Submit to me or be devoured. Ling Xiao said faintly to the lonely Xiaohua. This kind of worldly flame had long since gained sentience after countless years. Therefore, Ling Xiao knew that Xiaohua would definitely be able to understand what he meant. Xiaohua was still struggling to support the blue flame as it devoured its energy bit by bit. If it did not choose to compromise, it knew that it would be finished first. If you submit, I'll shake you 3 times. Otherwise, you can just wait to disappear. Ling Xiao said again. That brown serene flame actually swayed agilely 3 times. It looked extremely cute, like a fire elf. Very good, fly over here. Ling Xiao stretched out a finger, and on it was the spatial ring that the obsidian cauldron had transformed into. In the first level of the obsidian cauldron, there was a space the size of a city. Ling Xiao planned to store the brown serene flame here first, so that he could use it in the future. In order to survive, the brown serene flame naturally listened to Ling Xiao's words. It flew directly to the obsidian cauldron, and a suction force sucked it in. Ling Xiao looked inside and marked out an area for the brown serene flame to survive. Otherwise, it would burn everything inside, and that would be troublesome. Looking at the brown serene flame that had calmed down, Ling Xiao was finally relieved. He did not expect that Danshan Dao, who had been famous for hundreds of years, would end up helping him after failing to snatch his heavenly flame, allowing him to obtain the brown serene flame. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's luck was really not something that ordinary people could compare to. As Ling Xiao stored the brown serene flame, the high heat in the mountain gradually disappeared. In the near future, that place would be renewed with vitality. Looking at the auction house that was already being built, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. It's time to go back. The auction house here had a professional architect sent by the Tang family and a certain amount of helpers provided by the Nangong family. The embryonic form of the auction house was already at hand. At this time, Ling Xiao seemed to have finished his business in the southern region. He had to rush back to the Guji tribe and tell them the news here so that they could move their tribe back to the old site. At the same time, he planned to refine the vitality pill to prolong the life of the priestess. Kai Xiaoyu felt Ling Xiao's thoughts of leaving. She was passionate and unrestrained all night, as if she wanted to squeeze Ling Xiao dry before she was willing to stop. Early the next morning, Ling Xiao changed into his new clothes. He looked very handsome and extraordinary. Kai Xiaoyu hugged Ling Xiao from behind in an intoxicated manner and said, "When will I be able to stay by your side all the time? I don't want to be away from you." The effect of the love not flower made Kai Xiaoyu give all of her body and mind to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned around and stared at Kai Xiaoyu's flawless face. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it won't take long. But it's very dangerous to follow me. Aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. What do I have to be afraid of? I know that my husband will protect me," Kai Xiaoyu replied with certainty. An Earth Sovereign stage expert being protected by a King stage expert. If word of this got out, people would probably laugh their teeth off. However, Kai Xiaoyu was not joking. She was able to reach the Sovereign stage so quickly because of Ling Xiao, and she also knew Ling Xiao's ability. She knew that as long as he was around, she would never be bullied by others. Looking at the cute and helpless beauty in his arms, Ling Xiao hugged her tightly, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. If he stayed in Goose City for the rest of his life, perhaps he could bring all the women he liked over and enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. But he was not the kind of man who was content with the status quo. His dedication to martial arts was not something that others could understand. He had longed for the holy land of martial arts for a long time. If he did not go there, how could he be worthy of his dignified body? "Believe me, I will be back soon. When I come back, we will be together forever, Ling Xiao promised very seriously. He did not know that when he left this time, another woman had paid a long time to wait for him. Ling Xiao explained all the things that should be explained to Kai Xiaoyue and Poison Scorpion. He took Cruel Leopard and Xianli on their return journey. As for Sun Xiaonan, he entrusted Kai Xiaoyue to teach her. The cousins could only separate for the time being. After a long and arduous journey, Ling Xiao and the other two actually returned to the edge of the southern wilderness. At this time, a shocking news had spread in the southern wilderness. Gu City was rebuilt, the Gu clan returned soon, and the emperor's son-in-law was in charge of Gu City. This news was like a plague. In just 1 month, all the cities in the southern region, big and small, knew about it. They were all puzzled. Had the once powerful Gu clan returned? They knew that perhaps the southern region was going to change. When they arrived at Nantian City again, it was still so lively. Ling Xiao had no time to stay. He came to the entrance of the transmission array and returned directly to the Thousand Beast City. Back in the Thousand Beast City, Ling Xiao wanted to visit the Liu mansion, but when he left here, the Liu sisters' resentful eyes, he had to give up the idea. Ling Xiao glanced in the direction of the Liu mansion, and then entered the transmission array to return to Purple Heaven City. The transmission entrance of the Purple Heaven sect was in the Purple Maple Valley, and the exit of the transmission array was outside the Purple Heaven City. It was just that Ling Xiao didn't know it before. It had been nearly half a year since he went to the secret realm of the heaven-suppressing sect to participate in the sect pledge assembly. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to go back to see his master and his woman. The two deacons of the Purple Heaven sect, who were guarding the transmission array, suddenly saw the movement of the transmission array and immediately asked nervously, "Who is it?" Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Why were people so nervous when they came back from the transmission array? Ling Xiao didn't want to talk much, and an elder token appeared in his hand. When the two spirit masters saw the token, their expressions changed slightly. They took a closer look at Ling Xiao, and one of them exclaimed, You are Elder Ling?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I am Ling Xiao." "Deacons, seeing that you are so nervous, do few people use this transmission array?" To be honest, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used the transmission array to return to Purple Heaven City from elsewhere, so he didn't know what was going on and asked curiously. One of the spirit masters said, "Elder Ling, you should go back to the sect and have a look, the sect is a bit messy now." "The sect is a bit messy?" Ling Xiao was shocked and his heart was in his throat. Mu. Elder Mu and the sect master had some conflicts, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. The other spirit master replied with a stutter. Ling Xiao frowned. He really wanted to return to the sect immediately, but listening to the words of the two deacons, it seemed that things had not developed too badly. He first brought Savage Leopard and Xianli back to the courtyard he had bought before to settle down. Then, he impatiently flew into the sect. Before Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Sky sect, something unexpected happened here. The people from the 7th grade sect, the Heavy Sword sect, actually came to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage, and the target of the proposal was the daughter of the Purple Sky sect master, Yunmengqi. This matter came very suddenly and also very strange. This caught the Purple Sky sect off guard. Originally, in the secret realm, the people of the Heavy Sword sect had already formed a grudge with the new generation of the Purple Sky sect. However, all the disciples of the Heavy Sword sect who participated in the sect oath assembly died inside, and the outside world did not know about this. However, the Heavy Sword sect had broken through to the Purple Sky sect to form a marriage alliance, which was indeed puzzling. Everyone thought that the Purple Sky sect would definitely not agree to this marriage alliance. After all, everyone in the younger generation hated the Heavy Sword sect to the bone. However, the result was unexpected. In the vast northwest, he was absolutely an extraordinary genius. It was said that he was the closed-door disciple of the heavenly exalt of the heavy sword sect, and his combat strength was extraordinary. It was no wonder that Yun Xiong would agree to this marriage alliance. If the partner was an insignificant disciple of the heavy sword sect, then presumably he wouldn't make such a decision. Everyone wanted to know exactly what Yun Mengqi, as the person involved, was thinking. In the end, the answer was announced, and Yun Mengqi agreed to this marriage alliance. After this news was announced, the entire Purple Sky sect was in an uproar. Could it be that even Yun Mengqi couldn't avoid it? Did she want to marry into a 7th-rank sect and become the future sect master's wife? Perhaps she only wanted to cultivate in a better place? Or perhaps she was fascinated and admired Luo Baishan's valiant strength? Perhaps only she knew the answer to this. Chapter 448. Majestic mountains and lofty ridges, and wisps of lingering spirit qi filled the sky above this part of the world. From afar, it gave people the feeling that it was a paradise filled with heaven and earth spiritual qi. This was where the Purple Sky sect was located. On the main peak, in a quiet and secluded courtyard. This was where Yun Mengqi lived and cultivated. At this time, in the courtyard, there were 2 beautiful women. One of them was a woman wearing a light blue veil. This woman seemed to be a fairy born from the essence of heaven and earth. She was so perfect that it made people feel suffocated. Her ethereal and lively temperament seemed so out of this world. She was like a quiet orchid in a celestial pond that people would never get tired of looking at 100 times. The other woman's beauty was equally captivating, but her delicate and cold face gave people a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. The pure white gauze made her look so pure and flawless. Waves of white light flickered around her body, adding an indescribable sense of purity to her. If these 2 weren't Yun Mengqi and Bing Ruoshui, who else could they be? The 2 were apprentice sisters and best friends. But at this moment, they were actually going to fight. Why are you doing this? Bing Ruoshui coldly stared at Yun Mengqi. She was older than Yun Mengqi by 2 years, but her strength was below Yun Mengqi's, so she had always respectfully called Yun Mengqi senior apprentice sister. But now, she didn't even bother to call her senior apprentice sister. Yun Mengqi didn't meet Bing Ruoshui's gaze. Instead, she raised her delicate face and stared at the blue sky. I can't only care about my own interests. Bing Ruoshui clenched her fists. Could it be that you don't remember who made him stay there forever? Could it be that you've even forgotten about his enmity? Bing Ruoshui's words were very loud. There was an indescribable resentment in her voice that constantly emitted an icy aura. After not seeing her for half a year, Bing Ruoshui had already cultivated to the high-rank Soul Master realm. Moreover, her realm was very stable. It didn't seem like she had just entered the high-rank Soul Master realm. Yun Mengqi's expression was still as calm as water. It was as if she didn't take Bing Ruoshui's words to heart. She also didn't care about Bing Ruoshui's anger. It's impossible for him to appear again. Am I supposed to foolishly wait for him? The hatred of the past has already vanished into thin air. We have to face reality. The Heavy Sword sect isn't something our Violet Heaven sect can fight against. Not to mention that the one coming to meet me is the junior sect master of the Heavy Sword sect. He's only 30 years old, but he's already at the peak of the King realm. Such an outstanding Tenbin, only such a man is worthy of me, Yun Mengqi, said Yun Mengqi indifferently. Her expression was extremely calm, and it was impossible to see the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. Bing Ruoshui furrowed her brows, her delicate face filled with unspeakable anger. Don't you remember who begged for your life? Who would come to the sect from so far away for you? And who was the one who proposed to the sect master in front of everyone for you? Didn't you say that he was the only one in your heart? It's only been half a year, and you've already forgotten him? Are you worthy of him? Is it worthy of everything he has done for you? Bing Ruoshui had never been a talkative person, but now, she was holding back her anger and kept on asking questions. Abruptly, Yun Mengqi began to laugh. That's right, back then I was moved by his stupidity, but what about now? He'll forever remain in that secret realm, unable to come out. Do you want me to endlessly wait for him? What's more, does he love me? Touch your conscience. Do you like him? And does he like you? Then why did senior apprentice sister Luo die for him? Why did he kill so many people for her? All of this is because he's too sentimental, too fickle. I've already seen it clearly. I don't want to continue waiting for him. He's not worth it. You. Bing Ruoshui was so angry that she was speechless. But she knew that what Yun Mengqi said was the truth. But in this world, which powerful man didn't have multiple wives and concubines? Not to mention that he was more outstanding than everyone else. What's wrong? Junior apprentice sister, don't be silly. It's already impossible for him to appear again, so don't waste your life for him. I trust that he won't blame us, Yun Mengqi gently persuaded. You've changed. Bing Ruoshui took a step back and stared at Yun Mengqi in disbelief. She had never imagined that the pure and flawless Yun Mengqi would become like this. Is that so? Perhaps this is my true self, Yun Mengqi said disapprovingly. After pausing for a moment, she said, why don't you marry into the heavy sword sect with me? That way, we can still be together. In the future, we'll definitely be able to obtain even more cultivation resources. With our tenbin, it shouldn't be difficult for us to reach the earthly emperor realm or even the heavenly sovereign realm. You're shameless. Bing Ruoshui finally couldn't take it anymore. The ice sword in her hand stabbed towards Yun Mengqi. Ice flowers fluttered in the air like snowflakes in winter. Yun Mengqi stood there motionlessly. A screen of water appeared in front of her, blocking all of Bing Ruoshui's ice flowers. Junior apprentice sister, the difference between us is too great. Even if you don't agree with me, you can still leave, right? It's just a pity. Yun Mengqi said indifferently. Bing Ruoshui didn't reply. With her as the center, a powerful ice chi suddenly blossomed. The cold air was actually condensing at the tip of her sword. In the end, the ice chi condensed into a huge hailstone. Bing Ruoshui let out a delicate shout, and the huge hailstones rained down towards Yun Mengqi. The countless hailstones were like sharp blades. They were swift and ferocious, and they were probably comparable to a low-level king's all-out attack. This was the powerful killing move of the blue stare sword technique that she had obtained from the secret realm. Using this move almost exhausted all of her spiritual energy, and her delicate face became much paler. However, would this be enough to deal with Yun Mengqi? Yun Mengqi had long since stepped into the mid-level king realm. She waved her hand, and a wave of water floated in the windless air, scattering the hailstones. Some of the hailstones even struck Bing Ruoshui's body. Pooh! Bing Ruoshui had already used up the majority of her spiritual energy, and she was unable to block the backlash. Her body was sent flying several meters, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually want to kill me? Don't think that I won't dare to hurt you. Yun Mengqi glared at Bing Ruoshui. Layers of faint water curled around her body, making her look like a pure and holy water goddess. If you have the ability, then kill me. You shameless woman, I misjudged you. Bing Ruoshui glared at Yun Mengqi. In truth, she had no right to interfere with Yun Mengqi's freedom and choice. However, she felt unreconciled on his behalf. He had only been trapped for half a year, and she believed that he was definitely still alive and well. However, he didn't know that the woman he loved the most was about to marry someone else, and that that woman was willing to do so. She wanted to seek justice for him, but she didn't know that this justice was just an endless entanglement of emotions. I'll kill you. Yun Mengqi raised her palm, slapping towards Bing Ruoshui's face. Bing Ruoshui didn't resist at all. Instead, she closed her eyes and quietly waited for the end of her life to come. Unfortunately, she only felt a slight pain on her face from the cold wind, and didn't feel any other pain. She opened her eyes and saw that a few strands of hair had fallen from her bangs. From today onwards, our sisterhood ends here. You can leave. Yunmengqi retracted her hand, and faintly said. Bing Ruoshui staggered to her feet, and without saying a word, she walked out of the courtyard. After Bing Ruoshui left for a long time, Yunmengqi turned around, and tears rolled down her face. Junior sister, I'm sorry, you have to take care of yourself. Yunmengqi wiped away the tears on her face, and her expression became firm once more. She muttered, Heavy Sword Sect, just you wait. I will definitely make you disappear from the northwest. After saying that, she slammed her palm into a tree not far away. Bang! The huge tree was instantly smashed into smithereens by the spiritual energy, and with a loud rumble, the huge tree collapsed. At the same time that Bing Ruoshui left, a bright red flower-like woman also left the Scarlet Flame Peak. The red-clothed woman glanced indifferently in a certain direction, and muttered, One day, I will return. I hope that your two sects will still be alive and well. Her red clothes were like blood, and she was as beautiful as a flower. On Wooden Flag Peak, Mu Huai angrily glared at the few people in his hall. These people were Su Jiannan of Golden Tree Peak, Zhao Mingyuan of Scarlet Flame Peak, Gushur of Black Crag Peak, Nangong Changle of Medicine Peak, and Yen Zhen of Refining Peak. They had come together for no other reason than to persuade Mu Huai not to be impulsive, and to make him support Sect Master Yun Xiong's decision. You can leave, I won't agree to anything you say. Mu Huai didn't wait for them to speak, and immediately rushed to stop them from saying anything. Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Our 9 peaks have always been united, why are you so stubborn now? Su Jiannan said with a slight frown. At this time, Zhao Mingyuan lightly sighed, Senior brother Mu, in fact, we all understand what you are thinking, but, the truth is that we can't refuse, right? Bullsh *T. I have sworn an irreconcilable enmity with the Chainsword School, so how could I submit to their despotic power? Besides, with the momentum of our sect's development, it's not necessarily impossible for us to surpass the Chainsword School. Why should we marry them? Mu Huai cursed angrily. He paused for a moment before continuing, but that child who's getting married isn't anyone to me, so I don't want to say anything more. Whatever the sect leader thinks is fine. Mu En, who was next to Mu Huai, also agreed, that's right, my junior brother's decision is our decision, and I believe it is also my master's decision. How can Elder Shao be as impulsive as you? Senior brothers, don't destroy the thousands of years of unity of the sect for your own selfish reasons, Su Jiannan said. Senior brother Su, you should know about the hatred of the younger generation, and you should also know who's trapped here. It's all because of those bastards from the Heavy Sword Sect. Now, we still have to submit to them, so how can I endure this? If you insist on going your own way, I think that our next generation will definitely not have much prospects in the future, Mu Huai replied. He then said, all right, senior brothers and junior brothers, please tell the sect master that Mu Huai is disloyal. Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Su Jiannan said to Mu Huai, but his eyes glanced at the people who came with him, and then said faintly, if junior brother Mu really can't let go of the hatred in your heart, why don't you and senior brother Mu En leave? We will not stop you, but the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak are not allowed to leave the sect. Chapter 449. Alright, alright. It seems like we're going to be expelled from the sect. Mu Huai felt a chill in his heart when he heard Su Jiannan's words. He immediately revealed an indescribable sense of desolation. He had been in the Purple Sky sect for more than 100 years. This was his home, this was where he belonged. Now that he heard Su Jiannan ask them to leave the sect, it seemed like he was willing to do anything to form a marriage alliance with the heavy sword sect. Gu Shi, who had been silent all this while, looked at Mu Huai with an ugly expression. Senior Mu, you should know the difference between us and them. They've already said that if we don't form a marriage alliance with them, they'll go to the moon-worshipping sect. I believe that the moon-worshipping sect will be very happy to see this result. Why are you so stubborn? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. That's right. Not only for the sect's current and future, we should only form a marriage alliance with the heavy sword sect, Nangong Changle said lightly. Slap. It's all bullshit. Is our purple sky sect finished if we don't form a marriage alliance with the heavy sword sect? That's right, I feel indignant for my disciple, but I don't want the sect to rely on others to survive. Mu Huai slapped the table beside him and shouted. He then looked at Mu En and said, Senior Mu, it seems like we'll have to be the sinners of the sect. Mu En sighed heavily and said, it's no big deal. We can find a place to settle down and save ourselves the trouble of worrying here all day. Why do you have to do this? It's just Meng Qi marrying over. The purple sky sect will still be the same as before, Su Jiannan said. The other peak lords also nodded lightly. A marriage alliance was equivalent to an alliance between the two sections. It was a mutual exchange of needs, and it was hoped that the two sects could help each other. The heavy sword sect was one of the 3 7th-grade sects in the northwest. Its strength and foundation were far from what the purple sky sect could compare to. Therefore, the peak lords felt that a marriage alliance with the heavy sword sect was an opportunity. They could communicate with the heavy sword sect and help each other increase the sect's strength. Moreover, they also felt that even after the marriage, the purple sky sect and the heavy sword sect would only have an equal relationship, and there was no such thing as who would be attached to who. However, to Mu Huai, he only knew that his precious disciple had stayed in the mystery realm because of the Chongjian sect and would never be able to come out. He hated the heavy sword sect to the bone, so he didn't think too much about it. Moreover, he knew that his disciple liked Yun Meng Qi. In his heart, he was thinking, what would happen if his disciple came out of the secret realm in the future, only to find out that the woman he loved had married his enemy? Although this idea was a little naive and unrealistic, he stubbornly stood his ground. You don't have to say anything more. The two of us will leave, but I hope that everyone can take good care of my disciples, Wooden Flag Peak, for the sake of the past. I don't want them to be treated unfairly, Mu Huai said seriously. It seemed that he had already decided to leave the sect, and he didn't want to see the marriage alliance between the two sections. All of the peak masters revealed dejected expressions. They were all fellow disciples of the same sect, and had a friendship of more than 100 years. They were like real brothers, and none of them were willing to part with each other. Now that they were going to part ways, their friendship would probably vanish into thin air because of this. Just as Mu Huai and Mu En were about to dejectedly leave the hall, a voice came from outside the hall. A voice came from outside the hall. Elders Mu, why do you have to do this? As soon as the voice was heard, 3 people floated into the hall. The people who came were sect leader Yun Xiong, and the 2 elders from the previous generation, Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu. The one who spoke was sect leader Yun Xiong. Greetings, sect leader, elders. The peak lords immediately bowed when they saw the 3 people. Mu Huai and Mu En were obviously angry, so they didn't bow. Yun Xiong glanced at the 2 of them, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he said calmly, Elders Mu, is there really no way to change this? Unless sect leader takes back the marriage, I, Mu Huai, will leave the sect and never return. Mu Huai met Yun Xiong's gaze and said firmly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that his precious disciple was trapped in the secret realm, or that the woman his precious disciple liked wasn't Yun Mengqi, Mu Huai might not have been so stubborn. However, this was a fact that couldn't be changed. Ling Xiao was the pride of Wood Flag Peak, and he was Mu Huai's pride. He dominated the younger generation of the sect, was a fourth-grade alchemist, and had a pure wood attribute body. In the future, Wood Flag Peak would definitely become the most dazzling main peak. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't come out anymore, unless he could break through to the Celestial Master level one day. But how long would that take? Could he withstand the torture of time alone in there? Even if he could come out again, perhaps his master would turn into a cup of soil. All of this was a crime committed by the Heavy Sword sect. Although the culprit had been killed, his disciple would never see him again. Could he agree to the marriage between the sect and the Heavy Sword sect? Obviously, this was not possible. Senior Apprentice Brother Mu, you should understand that we must put the sect's interests and safety first. If we don't marry them and let them marry the moon-worshipping sect, will our days be good? Yun Xiong softened his tone and called him senior brother, obviously not putting on the airs of a sect leader. Yun Xiong wanted to rely on the Heavy Sword sect, a 7th-grade sect, but in his heart, he also wanted the Purple Sky sect to be able to reach a higher level. His starting point was good, so the Peak Masters also agreed for this reason. At this time, Wu Yulai said, Mu'en, go and ask your master to come out. You'll change your mind. Mu Huai and Mu'en's expressions became a bit unnatural. They clearly knew that Yun Xiong was speaking the truth. After all, they had always been enemies with the moon-worshipping sect. If they married the Heavy Sword sect, it would be the beginning of a disaster for the Purple Sky sect. Idiot, let it go. At this time, another old voice sounded, and a figure walked out from the back door of the hall. This old man was the previous elder of Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin. Greetings, Elder Xiao. Yun Xiong and the Peak Lords all bowed to Xiao Songlin. Master, I can't let Xiao be trapped for nothing. How can I swallow this? Mu Huai looked at Xiao Songlin and asked. Alas, in this world, there are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. After all, it is only a matter of the younger generation. Let them solve it. We, the older generation, can only protect them so that they can become stronger faster. Who asked us, the old guys, to not have the ability to vent the anger of the younger generation? Xiao Songlin sighed softly and said. His face had an indescribable desolation. He also didn't want to marry the Heavy Sword sect, but in the current situation, only a marriage could allow the Purple Sky sect to continue to prosper. Otherwise, the Purple Sky sect might not have peace from now on. They had to look at the long term. They absolutely couldn't ruin the foundation of the Purple Sky sect for personal grudges. Yun Xiong said to Xiao Songlin with great respect, Elder Xiao is still the most reasonable. Senior Mu, don't be so stubborn. Mu Huai and Mu'en's expressions were not good, but they didn't know what to say. After all, Xiao Songlin was their master, and what he said was not without reason. What else could they do? Xiao Songlin raised his old eyes and looked at Yun Xiong. He asked indifferently, the Heavy Sword sect's betrothal gifts should be very generous, right? Yun Xiong's body trembled slightly. He felt as if his heart had been seen through. He immediately nodded and said, they promised to give us 104th stage profound weapons, 10 5th stage profound weapons, 104th stage medicinal pills, 10 5th stage medicinal pills, and 1 million middle rank profound crystals. As soon as these words came out, the Peak Lords all showed expressions of joy. They were obviously very satisfied with the generous betrothal gifts. Xiao Songlin then said indifferently, I'm afraid it's not just that. Yun Xiong slightly frowned and hesitated for a moment before replying, there's also a spirit weapon and a red tier profound skill. Next, the Peak Lords all showed expressions of surprise. Obviously, they didn't know that there were 2 high-grade items in the betrothal gifts. One must know that there were only 2 spirit tools in their Purple Sky sect, and they didn't even have a red rank profound skill. It could be seen how tempting the other party's gift was. It was no wonder that Yun Xiong would agree to this marriage so readily. If it was them, they would also agree without hesitation. Spirit weapons and red-tier profound skills were given out just like that. It was clear that the heavy sword sect's foundation was many times stronger than the purple sky sect's. You have some sincerity. However, before you send the person over, you should first get the betrothal gifts. After carefully inspecting them, it won't be too late to send the person over, Xiao Songlin said indifferently. Yes, Elder Xiao, Yun Xiong replied. Alright, everyone can go now. We, the Wooden Flag Peak, won't be participating in the farewell ceremony. Do as you see fit, Xiao Songlin waved his hand and said. Yun Xiong and the Peak Lords cupped their hands and were about to leave. However, at this moment, a staggering figure stumbled in from outside the door. Not good, Peak Lord, Master, that Luo Batian injured Elder Ji and captured Junior Xian. Chen Wenyu walked in with a hand on his chest and said with difficulty. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Mu Huai and Mu En immediately went to Chen Wenyu's side and helped him sit down. Mu En quickly fed the pill to Chen Wenyu and then asked with a black face, Wenyu, what's going on? Chen Wenyu was his eldest disciple, already having high-level soul master cultivation, yet he was actually wounded on his own peak. This was absolutely terrible. Chen Wenyu took the pill and looked slightly better. He then said, just now, I was at Elder Ji's place listening to Junior Xian play the zither, but that Luo Batian suddenly appeared and said that he liked Junior Xian's zither skills and wanted her to follow him back to the heavy sword sect. Junior Xian naturally refused, but who knew that Luo Batian would use force? Elder Ji and I tried to stop him, but we were both injured. Junior Xian was naturally Ji2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin. After Chen Wenyu returned from the secret realm, he found out that his peak had an additional elder and a beautiful junior sister in their Wooden Flag Peak. He was immediately attracted by Ji Beixin's delicate and elegant temperament. Chapter 450. Chen Wenyu didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in their Wooden Flag Peak. Other than Yunmengqi, it would be difficult to find another woman who could compare to her. Chen Wenyu fell in love with Ji Beixin at first sight. Therefore, he would often go to Ji Beixin's place to listen to her music. Ji2 and Ji Beixin knew that Chen Wenyu was Elder Muan's eldest disciple, so they naturally wouldn't reject him. After a while, Chen Wenyu and Ji2 became more familiar with each other. Ji2 also understood Chen Wenyu's feelings for Ji Beixin, so he told Chen Wenyu that Ji Beixin was already Ling Zhao's woman. Ji2 hoped that Chen Wenyu wouldn't pester his granddaughter after knowing this. However, because of this, Ji2 was secretly told by Chen Wenyu that Ling Zhao had been trapped in the secret realm forever and would probably never be able to come out. Ji2 couldn't accept this for a moment. After Chen Wenyu's repeated explanations and seeing that Ling Zhao hadn't returned, Ji2 already believed that this was the truth and that Ling Zhao was most likely dead. Other than feeling sad for Ling Zhao, he didn't tell his granddaughter about this. He was afraid that Ji Beixin wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Ji2 also saw that Chen Wenyu was a talented man and was also the eldest disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. He might be the future successor of the Peak Lord, so he acquiesced to him continuing to pursue his granddaughter. He could only sigh for his granddaughter in his heart and hope that she wouldn't encounter such torturous things in the future. Chen Wenyu was also a man who was infatuated with love. Although he knew that Ji Beixin liked Ling Zhao, he didn't mind at all. Ling Zhao rarely appeared again. He didn't treat Ling Zhao as a love rival, nor did he take drastic measures against Ji Beixin. Whenever he was free, he would go to her place to listen to her beautiful music to relieve his pain of lovesickness. Although Ji Beixin hadn't spoken more than 10 words to him, he wasn't discouraged at all. He felt that time could dilute all feelings and sincerity could move everything. However, when he was listening to Ji Beixin's music, Luo Batian suddenly appeared and took a fancy to Ji Beixin, so he kidnapped her. Luo Batian had already come to the Purple Sky sect half a month ago to propose marriage. He had been living in a private room, quietly waiting for the Purple Heaven sect's reply. During this time, he heard some news that Mu Flag Peak didn't agree to the marriage, so he came to see what was so special about Mu Flag Peak that they dared to go against the Purple Sky sect and didn't put their heavy sword sect in their eyes. As soon as Luo Batian arrived at Wooden Flag Peak, he was attracted by Ji Beixin's elegant zither music. Thus, he followed the sound of the zither and found the place where Ji Beixin was playing. When he saw Ji Beixin, he was immediately attracted to her. What an unparalleled beauty! She's a girl with superb skills in the guqin. She's perfect to be my personal maid. Luo Batian was aroused by lust. He did not care whether this was his territory or not. He actually directly asked Ji Beixin to follow him. He even brought up his own identity, hoping that she would be sensible and take the initiative to follow him. That way, he would not have to think too much. However, he didn't expect that the girl would be so insensible. She didn't even look him in the eye and immediately asked him to leave. Chen Wenyu didn't have a good impression of the heavy sword sect at all. There was more hatred in his heart. Moreover, Luo Beixin's arrogant attitude made him even angrier. He stopped Luo Batian on Ji Beixin's behalf and told him to leave immediately. Luo Batian didn't even bother to say anything. He struck Chen Wenyu to the side and insisted that Ji Beixin go with him. Ji too rushed over in time to stop him, but he was also injured by Luo Batian. Although Ji Beixin's strength had greatly increased and she was already a low-rank spirit master, how could she compare to Luo Batian, who was at the high-rank king stage? She was captured without any room for resistance. Chen Wenyu had no choice but to report this matter to his master or the Peak Lord, hoping that they could come forward and save Ji Beixin. Otherwise, if something really happened to Ji Beixin, he would definitely go crazy. Mu Huai and Mu En were immediately furious when they heard Chen Wenyu's words. Especially Mu Huai, who cursed loudly, King heavy sword sect bastard, I must skin him alive. Ji Beixin's biological father used to be Mu Huai's proud disciple. Although he had disappeared for many years, the relationship between master and disciple was still there. Moreover, Ji Beixin was someone that Ling Xiao had specially asked him to take good care of. He didn't expect Luo Batian of the heavy sword sect to act so recklessly. It was one thing for him to come to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage, but he actually came to his Wooden Flag Peak to kidnap someone. This simply infuriated the anger that he had just calmed down. This time, his anger was even stronger than before. After Mu Huai cursed, he instantly flew out of the hall, ignoring the people in the hall. Senior brother Mu, don't be rash. Yun Xiong hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, Mu Huai was already angry, so how could he listen to him? Mu En said to Yun Xiong, Sect Master, if there is no proper solution to this matter, my junior brother and I would rather leave the sect. Mu En and Mu Huai had always advanced and retreated together. After immediately expressing their stance, they also flew out after Mu Huai. Elder Xiao, this. Yun Xiong had no choice but to look at Xiao Songlin. No matter who dares to cause trouble in the sect, they must pay the price. Xiao Songlin's old eyes flashed with a fierce light as he said faintly. Then, he said to Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu, what do you two junior brothers think? After Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu looked at each other, they nodded lightly and said, this matter concerns the face of the sect, we will listen to senior brother Xiao. After saying that, Xiao Songlin brought the two brothers Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu to chase after Mu Huai and Mu En. Yun Xiong sighed. He knew that this matter was a bit troublesome. In his heart, he secretly cursed Luo Batian for being so useless. He actually dared to forcefully kidnap someone from his Purple Sky sect. He clearly did not put their Purple Sky sect in his eyes. At the same time, when he thought about how his daughter was going to marry such an arrogant person, his heart faintly ached. However, for the future of the sect, he could only grit his teeth and firm his original determination. After all, the gift from the heavy sword sect was hard for him to refuse, and there was also a promise that others did not know about, which made him support this marriage without hesitation. On the Purple Sky Peak of the Purple Sky sect, in a side courtyard, this was the residence that the Purple Sky sect used to entertain foreign guests. A young man with a huge sword on his back looked at the beautiful woman lying on the ground with a faint smile on his face. This young man was Luo Batian of the Heavy Sword sect, a 30-year-old high-level king stage expert. The reason why he was able to achieve what he had today, in addition to his own outstanding tenbin, was inseparable from the cultivation resources provided by their sect. More importantly, he was the last disciple of their Heavy Sword sect's supreme elder. In the Heavy Sword sect, he had a position that could lift heavy things as if they were light, and was regarded as the successor of the next sect master. He was also the biological big brother of Luo Baxing, who was killed by Ling Xiao in the secret realm. The young girl in front of him was Ji Beixin. After not seeing her for a long time, she looked even more beautiful. Her perfectly matched facial features were like exquisite sculptures, her pink and tender skin seemed to be about to drip water, and her body that was as graceful as a snake was even more tempting and moving. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her expression was indescribably angry. However, her angry appearance had a unique flavor to it. "I heard people call you Junior Sister Xian, so I guess I'll call you that too." Luo Batian ignored Ji Beixin's anger and drank a bowl of wine. He then said to Ji Beixin, "Play a song for me. I like your zither skills. Go back and be my maid, and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Even if I die, I won't submit to you." Ji Beixin gritted her teeth and said. Her dantian had been sealed by Luo Batian, otherwise she wouldn't have obediently laid on the ground. "Hee, stubborn, but I like it," Luo Batian said with a faint smile. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly raised his head and looked outside the door. At this time, an old man walked in from outside the house and said, "Young master, there are quite a few people approaching. It seems that the elders of the Purple Heaven sect have arrived." Luo Batian lightly waved his hand, and said with a calm smile, "I know, it's fine, I just wanted to have a good talk with them." At this time, a thunderous voice sounded from outside, "Come out, you bastard from the Heavy Sword sect." Hearing this shout, Luo Batian suddenly stood up, and with a palm, he shattered the table and chair beside him. "How dare you scold me, you must be beheaded." Luo Batian quickly flew out of the house, and the old man behind him also followed. The one who was scolding was Mu Huai, who had just rushed over from Wooden Flag Peak. Mu En also rushed over to his side. "Old dog, if you have the guts, say it again. Even if we are in the Purple Heaven sect, I will definitely kill you." Luo Batian flew into the sky, pointed at Mu Huai, and scolded. "You little bastard, you actually came to my Wooden Flag Peak to kidnap people, and now you still dare to be so impudent. Wait for this old man to teach you a lesson, you arrogant junior." Mu Huai shouted, and a green longsword appeared in his hand. This green veined sword had always been Mu Huai's sword. He had once wanted to give it to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not want it. With the green veined sword in hand, Mu Huai's body immediately disappeared in mid-air, appearing so strange. "Young master, he is behind you," the old man with Luo Batian lightly reminded. Luo Beixin's lips curved into a calm smile, and the giant sword was instantly unsheathed. He turned around and slashed down heavily in a direction. Ding! There was actually a strong spark in that place, and Mu Huai's body appeared, but the green-veined sword in his hand actually had a crack. It was obvious that the other party's giant sword was of a higher grade than his green-veined sword of the middle grade of the 4th stage. Under one blow, Mu Huai actually disappeared again. In the next moment, he appeared on Luo Beixin's left again, and the green-veined sword stabbed towards his lower abdomen like a snake. Luo Batian was also considered to be good. This time, without the old man's reminder, he was still able to block that fatal blow in an instant. However, Mu Huai's figure disappeared again after his second blow missed. When it appeared for the third time, it actually stabbed straight down from the top of Luo Batian's head. Luo Batian was already prepared, and the moment the giant sword stabbed down from the green-veined sword, it blasted out an earthy yellow light. The light was like a shield, blocking the green-veined sword, but the sword momentum of the green-veined sword was still indomitable. A little interesting, but it's not enough. Luo Batian said faintly, and his aura rose like a song. After he dodged Mu Huai's attack, he instantly slashed 3 times, and each sword was extremely fast and powerful. Mu Huai counterattacked 3 times, blocking Luo Batian's moves. However, Luo Batian's 3 moves were just a trick to distract the enemy, and his 4th sword had already slashed at Mu Huai's chest. "Old dog, go to hell!" Luo Batian shouted ferociously. Chapter 451. The attack on his chest made Mu'en, who was at the side, feel as if his heart was in his throat. However, Mu Huai had been famous for many years. Although he had just advanced to the high-level king stage with the help of elixirs, his realm had long been stabilized. In addition, he cultivated the top green rank mysterious skill, spirit concealment technique. When the giant sword was about to sweep his chest, Mu Huai disappeared again. Luo Batian was not surprised. Although he looked down on the people of the Purple Heaven sect, it did not mean that he would despise anyone who fought against him. He sensed danger behind him, but before he could react, the tip of the sword had broken through his dark protection force and pierced his back. However, when Mu Huai thought that he had succeeded, he found that the sword in his hand did not pierce into Luo Batian's body. Instead, it made a ding sound and could not be inserted anymore. Obviously, Luo Batian was wearing a high-level armor, otherwise, with his 4th-rank mysterious weapon, how could it not pierce into Luo Batian's body? Mu Huai was about to retreat after failing to succeed. How could Luo Batian allow him to leave so easily? He held the sword backhandedly and made dozens of slashes. Each slash carried powerful spiritual power and bursts of earthy yellow halo exuded a bright color. Ding! Ding! Mu Huai blocked with all his strength, but the strength of each slash of Luo Batian was very frightening. Each slash was like a huge stone weighing thousands of kilograms, which cracked his palm and splashed blood. In the end, the green-patterned sword in his hand could not withstand the power of the giant sword and was broken. Seeing that Mu Huai was injured and his mysterious weapon was damaged, Mu'en exclaimed, "Junior brother, let me help you." After saying that, a black stick appeared in his hand and smashed toward Luo Batian, hoping to force Luo Batian away. Unfortunately, the old man of the heavy sword sect suddenly appeared and grabbed the black stick with one hand. He said with a sinister smile on his face, "You have no share here." With that, he threw Mu'en and the Xian rod far away. A high-level king stage expert could not withstand a single blow. This old man was an expert of the Earth Sovereign stage. On the other side, Mu Huai had another sword in his hand, but he was facing Luo Batian's overbearing attack, which put him in danger. Seeing that Mu Huai was about to be killed by the giant sword, Xiao Songlin and the others finally arrived. "That's enough, young man. If you dare to kill my disciple, don't even think about leaving the Purple Heaven sect." Xiao Songlin shouted and waved his hand to take Mu Huai away. Luo Batian did not continue, and the old man also returned to Luo Batian's side. The old man retreated to Luo Batian. "Watch out!" Xiao Songlin reacted the fastest. He wanted to block it for Gushur, but it was too late. Pfft! Gushur's chest was hit and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoever dares to speak rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite. The old man from the heavy sword sect said coldly. It was his aura that had injured Gushur. Good. I didn't expect your heavy sword sect to be so arrogant. Let me experience your power. Wu Youziu was an unyielding man. He was the first to jump out when he saw his junior was injured. He rushed towards the elder from the heavy sword sect and launched a powerful elemental attack at the elder. You are not qualified for Elder He to make a move. Another Earth Emperor from the Chong sword sect blocked Wu Youziu's powerful move in advance and quickly countered with a palm strike. Wu Youziu clenched his fist and met the elder's attack head-on. Boom! Powerful energy fluctuations shook the surroundings, causing explosions to ring out in all directions. The energy dispersed, and Wu Youziu was actually forced back dozens of steps, while the other party stood in the same place, not moving an inch. Mid-level strength. Wu Youziu exclaimed while suppressing the blood in his body. He was a low-level Earth Sovereign, but he was pushed back by a single attack. It was obvious that his opponent was much stronger than him. As the energy spread and vibrated, figures instantly swept out between the peaks of the Purple Heaven sect. Dozens of King stage experts flew towards them. This was the true strength of the Purple Heaven sect. At the same time, 3 figures flew at high speed and arrived among the crowd in an instant. Who dares to offend the Purple Heaven sect? An elder covered in intense flames shouted. His voice was deafening like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. He was the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak, and the other 2 were the supreme elders of the Golden Tree Peak and the Azure Spring Pavilion. At present, a total of 6 earthly sovereigns had appeared in the Purple Sky sect, and all 9 peak lords were present. Along with the elders of the various peaks, there were a total of a few dozen king rank experts. If an 8th rank sect was this powerful, then a 7th rank sect must be even more terrifying. Sect leader Yun, have you thought it through? Do you really want to become enemies with the heavy sword sect? Luo Batian ignored the question of the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak and asked Yun Xiong calmly. What an arrogant junior. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak was furious at being ignored by Luo Batian. A powerful aura surged toward Luo Batian. Before the king stage aura could reach Luo Batian, the old man from the heavy sword sect stepped in front of Luo Batian. The aura was like a stone thrown into the sea, without any power. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak was already a middle-stage Earth Sovereign, but his aura couldn't affect the old man at all. It was clear that the old man's strength was unfathomable. Whoever dares to move, don't blame me for being impolite. The old man from the heavy sword sect was finally angered. A powerful aura rose from his body, and a strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings, causing the air to tremble violently. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak, who was the closest to him, was forced to retreat. A peak Earth Sovereign. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak steadied himself, and his expression became one of shock. The other people from the Purple Heaven sect were shocked. They didn't expect the old man following Luo Batian to be a terrifying expert who had reached the peak Earth Sovereign. Although there were 6 Emperor stage experts on the Purple Heaven sect side, the strongest was still Wood Flag Peak's Xiao Songlin, who was at the peak of the middle stage Earth Sovereign, followed by the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak. The others were only low-stage Earth Sovereigns. If they really fought, they might not be a match for the old man even if they joined forces, not to mention that the other party had a middle-stage Earth Sovereign. At this time, a beautiful figure flew over from afar. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven, and her peerless charm made all the beautiful scenery around her pale in comparison. Yun Mengqi arrived in front of the crowd and frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. Luo Batian stared at Yun Mengqi's flawless face and thought to himself, that's her. Besides a woman like her, who else is worthy of being my wife? Young Master Luo, I think you'd better hand over the person. You're making things difficult for me, Yun Xiong took the opportunity to say to Luo Batian. Huh, Sect leader Yun, I've already made it very clear just now. Miss Yun will marry me, and the junior sister below will be her dowry maid. My decision will not change, even if you don't agree. Luo Batian laughed wantonly. He didn't put the experts of the Purple Heaven sect in his eyes at all. Xiao Songlin couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Does my Purple Heaven sect really have no one?" For a moment, everyone was on guard. "Humph, do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? Old dogs, open your eyes and see clearly, this young master is not so easy to bully." Luo Batian snorted coldly, and the spirit beast bracer on his wrist flashed. A powerful spirit beast instantly appeared in front of the people of the Purple Heaven sect. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast shook everyone, causing them to panic. When they saw the spirit beast's figure clearly, their faces turned extremely ugly. Chapter 452. What they saw was a lion. This lion was very tall, its body was nearly 10 meters long, and it looked like a small hill, making it hard for people to breathe. Its huge head, the loose hair on its neck, its deep mouth, and its bloodthirsty fangs made it look extremely sinister. Its body of yellow hair was like a wave, and with a gentle shake, the halos of light rippled, giving people a very novel feeling. A huge lion, a lion that could fly in the air. This was impressively a mid-stage 6th order astral yellow lion, the overlord of the jungle, the king of the 100 beasts. No one from the Purple Sky sect thought that Luo Batian actually had such a trump card, and this trump card was enough to send them into the cold cellar. If there was a slight mistake, it might be their life-demanding Lion King. The 6 great earthly emperors of the Purple Heaven sect all had ugly expressions on their faces. When it came to spirit beasts, they also had them, but they didn't have such a high-grade spirit beast. At most, it was only a 5th-grade spirit beast. How about this, everyone? It is the honor of your Purple Sky sect that Miss Yun can marry me, and it is not a loss for junior sister Xian to be a dowry, don't you think? Luo Batian crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with a playful smile on his face. A mid-stage 6th order spirit beast was equivalent to the strength of a mid-stage Empyrean, and in the Purple Sky sect, no one could fight against it. As long as he gave the order, the Purple Sky sect would be destroyed. This was also the real reason why he dared to forcibly capture Ji Beixin. If he didn't have this astral yellow lion by his side, he wouldn't be so impulsive and rash. After all, this was not the territory of their heavy sword sect. The pressure of the astral yellow lion made it hard for everyone to breathe, and even Mu Huai, who had always been very stubborn, quieted down. Although he was very dissatisfied with the marriage, and also dissatisfied with Luo Batian and the heavy sword sect, he had to consider the safety of the thousands of sect disciples. At this time, Yunmengqi lightly stepped forward, and lightly opened her red lips and said, "Senior brother Luo, are you going to force me to buy and sell? It seems that you have no sincerity towards me at all." Yunmengqi's words were very gentle and pleasant to listen to. It was like a stream of water in a forest, gently tapping on Luo Beixin's heart. Hearing this, Luo Batian felt extremely comfortable. He softly said to Yunmengqi, "Miss Yun, you've misunderstood. My love for you is something that the heavens have taken pity on. That's why I've shamelessly come all the way here to propose marriage. It's just that I'm afraid that after Miss Yun marries me, there won't be anyone you're familiar with in the heavy sword sect. That's why I invited junior sister Xian back to accompany you." Who would have thought that everyone would misunderstand me, so I had no choice but to do this. As long as everyone agrees to marry junior sister Xian to Miss Yun, this matter will end here. I don't want to fall out with everyone, right? Though Luo Beixin's words were no longer as domineering as before, they were filled with disdain and contempt. It was as if the people from the Purple Sky sect were nothing in his eyes. Yunmengqi revealed a smile that made hundreds of flowers pale in comparison. "This is just a small matter. Senior brother Luo, there's no need to be angry. I'll discuss it with father and the other elders. I'll definitely make you satisfied. Luo Batian didn't expect Yunmengqi to be so easy to talk to. He immediately smiled and replied, sure. Then, he waved at the astral yellow lion, telling it to calm down. At this time, Yun Xiong also slightly waved his hand towards some of the elders. Some of the elders from the various peaks quickly returned to their respective peaks, but their hearts were no longer calm. Father, elders, with my status, it shouldn't be too much for me to need a maid to accompany me, right? Yunmengqi lightly asked Yun Xiong and the elders. Yun Xiong narrowed his eyes as he looked at his daughter. He suddenly felt that his daughter was very unfamiliar. The elders of the other peaks all looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. Mu Huai couldn't help but say, Miss, you can bring the dowry maid, but it's impossible for that child, Ji Beixin, to accompany you. Elder Mu, why can't she come with me? Could it be that she's your true disciple? Yunmengqi asked. She is the daughter of one of this old man's former disciples. I will not allow her to be humiliated by scoundrels. Mu Huai replied very firmly. In his heart, he felt a deep sense of disgust towards the current Yunmengqi. He never thought that this pure and flawless girl, who he had watched grow up, would actually become so cold. She hadn't even married yet, but she was already siding with the people of the Heavy Sword sect. This was too hard for him to accept. At the same time, he felt that his precious disciple was not worthy of your love. Shao, if you were here, I believe that you would be very sad. This kind of woman is not worthy of you liking. Elder Mu, why are you so stubborn? If junior sister Xian follows me to the Heavy Sword sect, her achievements will only be higher. Moreover, I can take care of her for you. I won't let her suffer any grievances. Don't you believe me? Yunmengqi said. At this time, Luo Batian couldn't help but interrupt from behind, that's right, I won't treat them badly. However, in his heart, he was thinking proudly, I will let them know the taste of happiness. Humph. It's good that you have such a good heart. In short, no matter what, I will not let you take her away unless you step over my old life. Mu Huai coldly snorted. He had already thrown caution to the wind. If he couldn't even protect the person that his disciple had entrusted to him, how could he still have the face to be a master? You really don't want face when I give you it? Thick killing intent flashed in Luo Beixian's eyes. Senior brother Mu, why don't we just let them go? In any case, she's just an ordinary female disciple. Yun Xiong tried to persuade him. He had never seen Ji Beixin before, but he could imagine that she should be a pretty girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attracted Luo Batian to kidnap her. He felt that she was just an ordinary disciple. Even if she was given as part of his daughter's dowry, it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, the Heavy Sword sect was a big sect, so she wouldn't be treated badly. Alright. I didn't expect the sect master to think so too. Mu Huai's heart suddenly ached. He felt that the sect master that he had followed for so many years was actually so snobbish. He didn't even care about the face of his own sect, and he could even give away his own disciple at will. A sense of desolation and disappointment filled his heart. Then, a resolute expression appeared on his face. Today, I, Mu Huai, will leave the sect. I will no longer be an elder of the Purple Sky sect. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Purple Sky sect. Junior brother, don't be impulsive. Mu En's expression changed, and he immediately tried to persuade Mu Huai. Su Jiannan also said, Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Senior brother Mu, don't be like this. There's still room for discussion. Wen Haiyan, who had just arrived, also tried to persuade him. The other peak lords also tried to persuade him. However, just as they were trying to persuade him, Mu Huai suddenly disappeared in front of them. Humph, you want to hide from me with that speed? The old man from the heavy sword sect snorted coldly. He pointed with one hand, and an elemental light shot downwards. Puff! Mu Huai, who had just disappeared, was instantly injured in one of his legs. There was a bloody hole on his thigh, and blood was gushing out. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the injury on his leg, and continued to fly towards the pavilion with all his might. It was obvious that he wanted to save Ji Beixin. "You're courting death." The old man from the heavy sword sect shouted again, and a palm print pressed towards Mu Huai. "You want to kill my disciple? No way." Xiao Songlin looked up, and a green spiritual sword appeared in his hand. He slashed the palm print of the old man from the heavy sword sect in half. "You dare to stop me? I'll send you and your disciple to hell." The old man from the heavy sword sect frowned slightly. He kept forming palms with his hands, and a powerful ball of light blasted towards Xiao Songlin. The spiritual sword in Xiao Songlin's hand was one of the two spiritual weapons of the Purple Sky sect. He waved the long sword, and the ball of energy from the old man from the heavy sword sect was cut into pieces. It did not cause any damage to the old man. However, just as he was about to block the attack, the elder from the heavy sword sect suddenly appeared behind him. "Senior brother Xiao, behind you!" The supreme elder of the Red Flame Mountain shouted. He wanted to rush over to help, but the other earthly emperor from the heavy sword sect stopped him. Xiao Songlin was one level lower than the old man, and his strength was not on the same level. Although someone warned him, he was already locked on by the old man, and there was no way he could escape. He could only forcefully counterattack with his sword, hoping to recover some of his disadvantage. However, before his sword could reach Xiao Songlin, he was hit by the old man's palm. He was thrown far away, and the dark protection force on his body was shattered. Blood sprayed out like flowers in summer. "Senior brother Xiao. Let's fight him." Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu had the closest relationship with Xiao Songlin. When they saw that Xiao Songlin was injured, they couldn't help but attack the old man from the heavy sword sect at the same time. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. The old man from the heavy sword sect shouted lightly, and his whole body rushed towards Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu. Rumble. Powerful attribute lights intertwined with each other. Two figures were blasted far away, and they were the two brothers, Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu. The two elders of the previous generation of the Golden Tree Peak and the Jade Spring Pavilion wanted to move, but they didn't dare to because the Yellow Dipper Lion was staring at them fiercely. If they moved, they would definitely suffer. "Go and catch the one down there," Luo Batian said to a high-level king stage expert beside him. The high-level king stage expert nodded and immediately went into the pavilion. Muan was worried about Mu Huai's safety, and he wanted to go down to save him, but he was blocked by the people from the heavy sword sect. After a while, the high-level king stage expert from the heavy sword sect flew out with the heavily injured Mu Huai. Mu Huai's aura was extremely weak, and his face was terrifyingly pale. "Old dog, how do you want to die for blocking my good fortune?" Luo Batian coldly stared at Mu Huai and said. At this time, Yunmingqi quickly arrived in front of Luo Batian. "Senior brother Luo, forget it, it's not worth it to hurt our friendship for such an insensible person. No matter what, he is still our Purple Sky Sect's peak lord, let him go, otherwise people will say that I don't want my own family." Luo Batian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and said, "All right, I'll listen to Miss Yun." Just when the high-level king stage expert from the heavy sword sect was about to release him, Mu Huai spat out a mouthful of blood towards Luo Batian. "Pa, if you have the guts, kill me. This old man doesn't need you adulterers to pity me." Luo Batian was caught off guard, and his face was stained with the fishy blood. His face revealed a sinister expression, and he said, "Kill this old dog." The blood just now was sprayed out by Mu Huai with inner strength. Seeing Luo Batian stained with blood, he revealed a satisfied smile, and his old eyes gradually closed. The faces of the people from the Purple Sky sect changed, but no one dared to step forward to save him. Seeing that Mu Huai was about to die in front of them, an angry voice suddenly sounded, "Whoever dares to touch my master, I will destroy his entire family." Chapter 453. Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill his whole family. This voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the eardrums of the surrounding people to the point of buzzing. Some of the weaker King stage experts almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, they weren't the target of this voice, so they were able to stabilize their minds and didn't suffer any substantial injuries. As for the high-level King stage cultivator who wanted to kill Mu Huai, his head was shaken to the point that it was in a mess, and his eardrums were overflowing with blood. His hand couldn't help but soften, and Mu Huai fell from the sky. Junior brother. Mu En's eyes were anxious, and he rushed towards Mu Huai, trying to catch him. However, a figure was faster than him, so fast that even the crowd couldn't see who it was. They only saw a blur, and then Mu Huai was hugged by that person. When the crowd fixed their eyes on that person, the pupils of the people of the Purple Heaven sect also shrank, and they all showed a look of horror. They actually saw a person who should not have appeared in the world anymore. The people of the Heavy Sword sect just frowned slightly, and didn't think it was a big deal. They muttered in their hearts, "It turns out that he is just a middle-stage King stage cultivator. I thought he was some great big shot, bah." A young man held Mu Huai, who was dying, and his face was full of anger. This was a young man in his early 20s. His handsome face had become terrifyingly malevolent due to his anger. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of hair was like a spirit snake. The golden dragon scales that surrounded his body made him seem exceptionally noble. A golden dragon phantom soared into the sky, and the dragon roared incessantly. It seemed that its reverse scale had been touched, and that terrifyingly strong killing intent made people tremble without even thinking about it. This was Ling Xiao, who had rushed from the Purple Heaven City. He had thought that the conflict between Mu Huai and the sect master would not be too fierce, so he didn't hurry along the way, which almost led to the tragedy. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Huai, who was covered in blood, and his heart was bleeding. Although Mu Huai didn't teach him anything powerful, on the wooden flag peak, he cared for Ling Xiao a little bit, and protected Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao feel that it was really good to have such a master, and he had a sense of belonging. He felt that no matter how strong he was, he would always be a cherished disciple in front of his master. However, as soon as he returned, he saw his master beaten half to death by someone else. A strong hostility rose to the sky. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Otherwise, I'll kill this old dog first before sending you on your way with him." Luo Batian looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared. Because he had also been affected by that shout, his eardrums were still hurting. Most importantly, his future woman Yunmengqi was staring at that brat without blinking. This caused the flames of jealousy in him to burn even brighter. Ling Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard it. Instead, he stared at Mu Huai in his arms like a child and said in a choked voice, "Master, I'm back." At the same time, he fed a rank 4 healing medicinal pill to Mu Huai. Although Mu Huai was seriously injured, he still had a breath left in him. After taking the medicinal pill, coupled with his wood attribute healing technique, he gradually regained some of his senses. He looked at his apprentice, who was very close to him, and revealed a look of disbelief. He muttered, "Xiao. Xiao, is Master dead? Otherwise, how can I see you?" Mu Huai's mental state was extremely poor. He thought that he had gone to the underworld to meet Ling Xiao. "Master, I'm back. You're not dead, and no one can let you die. Even the God of Heaven is not qualified," Ling Xiao said faintly. His anger continued to spread out, causing the surrounding people to tremble. What a terrifying killing intent. This sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Luo Batian frowned and gave a look to the high-rank king stage disciple who had just injured Mu Huai. The high-rank king stage disciple understood tacitly and punched out without warning. Everyone came back to their senses. Muan tried to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Yunmengqi couldn't help but exclaim, "No!" Rumble. The people of the Purple Heaven sect were shocked. The most outstanding disciple was actually attacked in front of their eyes. Do you really want to start a massacre in our Purple Heaven sect? When Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion had always admired Ling Xiao. When she saw Ling Xiao being attacked, she couldn't help but shout angrily at Luo Batian. Luo Batian ignored Wen Haiyan and shifted his gaze to Yunmengqi. He felt more and more unhappy. With his intuition, he could feel the strong fluctuations of Yunmengqi's emotions. This boy must die. This sentence flashed in Luo Batian's mind. On the other side, Muan was already on the verge of a violent rage. His junior brother was already seriously injured, and now Ling Xiao was injured in front of him. He madly attacked the high-rank king stage disciple of the heavy sword sect. "Martial uncle, come back first." An indifferent voice faintly rang out. Everyone looked in another direction and saw that the tall and straight figure was still motionless. It was as if the high-rank king stage disciple's full-strength attack hadn't injured him in the slightest. That dragon-scale armor was constantly emitting a dazzling light, causing people to feel that this young man really did have the aura of a king, causing them to be subdued. When Muan heard Ling Xiao's shout, he shook off the person and quickly rushed to Ling Xiao's side. "Xiao, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "He's not even worthy of scratching an itch for me." Ling Xiao sneered. He then handed Mu Huai to Muan and said, "Martial uncle, look after my master." "Xiao, don't be impulsive. Your master and I are already planning to leave the sect. Let's go together. We're not their match. They're from the heavy sword sect." Muan took Mu Huai and immediately said to Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao's strength had greatly improved. He was sure that he had obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. But even so, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to obtain any benefits. The people from the heavy sword sect were all terrifyingly strong, and they even had a yellow dipper lion at the mid-6th stage. Even if the purple sky sect used all their strength, they might not be able to kill them, let alone Ling Xiao, who was only at the mid-rank king stage. People from the heavy sword sect. It would have been better if Muan hadn't said anything. When Ling Xiao heard that it was someone from the heavy sword sect, a beautiful figure instantly appeared in his mind. He would never forget the parting words, "I blocked it." In an instant, Ling Xiao's eyes turned red with anger. A powerful aura soared into the sky, and the golden dragon image let out a deafening roar. This time, the golden dragon image became more and more solid, as if a real dragon had appeared in the world. The entire purple sky sect was shaken. That's a real dragon. Who could actually cause such a phenomenon? It can't be the people from the heavy sword sect, right? They're really going too far. If I had the strength, I would definitely kill them all. Sigh, what can I do? Who told them to have a hard fist? In this world, a hard fist is the truth. Damn, that seems to be Elder Ling. Which Elder Ling? Which Elder Ling? Wooden flag peaks Ling Xiao, Elder Ling. The attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect began to discuss among themselves. Looking at the golden dragon, they all had the urge to worship it. Not far from the pavilion, Chen Wenyu was sitting on his green winged eagle, looking at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. His mouth was wide open. Junior brother actually came out? Chen Wenyu was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. His heart was extremely conflicted. On one hand, he was pleasantly surprised that Ling Xiao had escaped, but on the other hand, he was worried that Ji Beixin would no longer belong to him. Sigh, junior sister Xian has always been cold to me. In her heart, she only likes junior brother Ling. If I were a woman, would also like a dragon among men like junior brother Ling. Chen Wenyu sighed softly, his heart filled with bitterness. However, he had already gotten over it. Ji Beixin had never liked him in the first place. It was just his wishful thinking, so he could only hide this love in his heart. On Scarlet Flame Peak, a young man covered in flames ran to the top of the mountain. Looking at the golden dragon's shadow, he laughed out loud, "Ha, I knew that junior brother Ling would definitely be able to escape. I don't have to feel too guilty now." After he finished laughing, he shook his wrist slightly, and a scarlet flame tiger appeared beside him. He jumped onto the tiger's back and rushed in the direction of the pavilion. On Artifact Refining Peak, there was also a young man staring at the golden dragon's shadow with a burning gaze. His expression became excited. A fire cloud lion walked out from behind, and without thinking, he jumped onto the lion's back and also rushed towards the pavilion. In the Jade Spring Pavilion, a pure and innocent girl stared unblinkingly at the sky above the pavilion. Her beautiful eyes flashed with tears as she muttered, "Senior Sister Luo, he's back. He's really back." After saying that, she ran towards the private room with all her might. On Medicine Peak, a young man dressed in a professional artificer's robe stared at the sky not far away and waved his fists tightly. "I knew that boss was blessed with a great life. No matter what difficulty it was, it wouldn't be difficult for him." The young man was rather calm as he stared blankly at the golden figure. His eyes were filled with worship. In his heart, he firmly believed that the golden figure would definitely stand like this forever. No matter what difficulty it was, it would be difficult for him to be knocked down. The golden dragon's roar was endless, and it shook the air and caused it to churn. "What are you waiting for? Quickly send him on his way." Luo Batian looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the limelight, and shouted at his high-ranked king stage cultivator with dissatisfaction. The man came back to his senses and slashed at Ling Xiao with the giant sword in his hand. The high-ranked king stage cultivator from the heavy sword sect had already used his full strength, and he was determined to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. That was because he thought that the attack just now could take Ling Xiao's life, but Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. This made him extremely angry. He felt that this kid must be wearing a high-ranked defensive armor. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? This time, he changed his strategy. The giant sword was actually aimed at the human's weakest point, the head. Xiao Songlin, who was injured not far away, wanted to help, but unfortunately, the old man from the heavy sword sect had locked onto him. He didn't have any chance to help, and this made him very anxious. Muan held Mu Huai in his arms and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Xiao, quickly run." At the same time, he freed his other hand and raised the Xian rod to help. However, the speed of the giant sword was too fast, and he couldn't help in time. Just when the giant sword was about to slash at Ling Xiao's head, a light blue longsword cleverly shot over. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.